The sun starts to set fairly low. The sky is changing from a light bluish hue, starting to get into those deep reds, oranges, and pinks that a coming sunset can allow. The camera kind of pans over this massive keep, known to you all as Hurricane Keep, here in the nation of Voldane. The outer courtyard is shadowed by massive towering stone walls, and a big crowd has gathered here today. For the continent of Althas is nearing its 5th anniversary of its armistice of peace. All nations have gathered for a special event, a union between two nations that have been in a bit of a rivalry of sorts, joined together through a revolution that has currently happened with a rival nation called Justhain. You all are all part of these different nations from different walks of life, all coming here to witness this event happen. As Princess Hiraya of Polaris is due to be wed to the Prince of Voldane. And as you all gather into this courtyard, birds chirp above. A stage is set, this high-leveled platform with rows and rows of stone steps that go up several feet, maybe like 100 feet or so from the main courtyard, as you all kind of wait to be addressed from the prince himself. Looking around, the crowd is eager. Conversations coming from all sides. You have the pirate nation of Armada. The pirates turned to merchants, created their own sort of nation based around trade, and have the largest army in the 7 seas in Althas. The Magocracy of Polaris, a nation filled with arcane users with advanced technologies and some of the most skilled practitioners of the arcane in these realms. Hilltop, a nation comprised of religious zealots, those who at one point served the very gods themselves, but now those gods have abandoned Althas. Various priests and people of the clergy rose up to take leadership and lead that nation to prosperity. And then you have the most recent nation, birthed out of rebellion and hardship, Justhain, who over the recent couple years broke off from Voldane in a very harsh and bloodied war. The two nations ever so eager to take one out. But this armistice has held regardless. Justhain left to their own devices, but the armistice is iced thin. At any moment, this peace could inevitably be washed away by one moment, one action. But the continent of Althas wants peace. They want the wars to end. They want the bloodshed to stop. So when a proposed union from Polaris to Voldane was put out there, people erupted with cheers. Peace finally can be solidified with this one act. And as the crowd waits to be addressed from the Prince of Voldane himself, I'm going to have you all introduce your characters, what they look like, what they're currently doing, who maybe they are with. And at this point, I think I'll start with Ashley.
Okay. I'm debating on whether to just launch into my little character voice for everything.
Once you do it, it's too late. Can't go back.
Okay. So I'm Peppo, and basically, I've left Voldane because I was in the War for Independence, and when I was invited back, I felt a little uncomfortable because I didn't think people would be too excited to have me back, and I came with a couple other members of my little squadron, I guess. And I just kind of hang out kind of in the shadows, trying not to be seen, even though I'm a bright yellow frog with a little green robe, and I have a big old mushroom on my head.
Fantastic. And are you with anyone currently? A group of people from that came to this castle with you?
Yeah, with like 2 or 3 squadron mates, I'd say.
Fantastic. And then we'll go over to James.
All right, I've written something out. I hope you don't mind. I don't want to mince my words here. So, standing off to the corner a bit is a gentleman. A Siamese pattern Qatari. He's a slim, agile-looking cat with a tail that's always lashing back and forth in thought. He's got wide, perceptive eyes, blue, with an unnatural fleck of gold embedded in one of them, a mark of his dedication to his god. He's always chewing a piece of catnip. We're gonna suspend disbelief. And he's got a thin-brimmed hat with the cutouts for his ears to poke through. And he's currently draped in the signature cloth, the Hilltop Ambassadors, pure white with a gilded thread. He's fashioned into a loose-fitting shirt that tucks into jewel blue pants. And he's always got to look like he knows something and is waiting for the perfect time to reveal it. And believe it or not, he is alone here on an ambassador's mission representing Hilltop. So it's just him and his lonesome tonight.
Amazing. So you have no clergyman with you, no one of the cloth or of the higher council from Hilltop. It is just you alone.
I'm in communication with someone from the High Council, but no, I'm here alone today.
Amazing. I'll go over to Vane.
I'm sorry, I'm still not over that.
Neither is anyone else here.
I apologize to the entire South for combining all accents into one vague Southern accent.
It's amazing.
I might have to give it to our friend Wynn for a second while I go and deal with that. I'll be right back.
The Armada has guard dogs. We understand.
Exactly. Actually, we have dogs. That's who I'm hanging out with today. Give me a minute. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll go over to Sue.
All right. So as you look over to the alleyway, there is this giant spider just hanging out from the alley, and it kind of looks like this guy over here. He's an absolute cutie. We call him Snowball. And you see this like tiny little fairy with braided hair, and she has flowers and little berries all over her hair. And then her dress is made out of moss and these leaves and twigs and all of this stuff. And she's just hanging from this spider upside down, and she's like, you know, Snowball, you have to be good today. And as she's saying that, you see the light come into her skin, and she's bronze and she has golden freckles in her face. And she's like looking over to the other side and petting Snowball, the cute big spider, and going, if you cause trouble for me today, then there's just another day I won't make any friends. So you have to be good, okay? We have to prove to them that we're worthy. And, yes, so she's having this little moment with Snowball and looking off into the distance at this beautiful wedding day.
Amazing. So as you and your spider are kind of hanging from the rafters, kind of like, is the spider like hanging from a silk of web thread, and you're kind of hanging on to them?
Yes.
All right. So you say that to your little spider buddy, and he just kind of, no one else can really understand them. You and the spider have a little bit of a special bond. So anyone else around you that can hear, just hear.
Yes. Yes. And just like blinking eyes like a frog, like one at a time. Yes. Exactly. He's so cute. Snowball, everybody.
Oh my god, okay, these intros are so good. Now I want to redo mine because I could go more.
Do it.
There will be plenty of opportunities to give said introductions. But last is certainly not least, we have Estrella.
Hiraya is decked out in complete finery. All you can see is just blue robes of various shades that look like waves that cascade everywhere. She has long blue hair that reaches her waist, a veil that completely shrouds her that cannot be seen because it is an introduction of marriage, and Polaris has very strict standards for these types of introductions. She is surrounded by magistrates, ladies-in-waiting, and guards from Polaris who stare quite menacingly around, but basically they form a circle almost near around her where not many people can see her. Through the veil, only she can peek out at various times the world around her, but she keeps her head low to not really be perceived that much until she has to greet the prince. I think that's about it so far. Is there anything else that I should be saying?
No, that was perfect. That was bang on. So as the crowd is just talking amongst themselves, waiting for the prince to address these subjects and the other members of the four nations. Oh, yes?
We're missing one.
Vane.
We had to deal with the
That's right.
The dog. What did you say? Who's here? What kind of dog is it?
Had to attend one of the guard dogs from the Armada.
One of the guard dogs back at the boat.
Of course. Vane, please introduce.
So by one of the big windows, you can see this tall woman in dark clothing and a large leather hat. If you get closer to her, you'll notice that most of the markings on her skin are actually parts of her body that are automated. And she has large eyes, pools of gold. And at this moment, dark hair, because nobody could put a wig on. It's too hot. And she's just scanning the room, waiting for a signal from the rest of her crew. She had orders that there might be something important happening today, not just a wedding. So she's staying alert, and she's waiting for her next order. As you meet Zarina, the orc.
Fantastic. So as you are awaiting said orders and for what action to take next, the murmur across the crowd is ever present, waiting for the prince to address these subjects and the other members of the four nations. As you take some time as the sort of tension becomes a bit palpable, waiting for the crowd to be addressed, you do recall a memory that happened last night for each one of you. Before traveling to Hurricane Keep here in Voldane, a mysterious note had met your bedside with a wax insignia of a lightning bolt in gray on the envelope. And the letter said on it,
"One blade strikes, no nations shall fall. Power removed, no one above all."
On the eve of peace, the red moon rises. The Queen of Voldane, Arvold III, will cut off the heads of the four nations and claim Alphas for herself. For the good of the realm, we seek your help in eliminating this threat. Write your answer below. Leave this at the foot of your bed, and let justice prevail. I would like each of you to message me on Instagram DM what your answer was. You have heard rumors that this armistice is razor thin. Anything could break it. It would seem like it could happen. It's not out of the realm of no possibility. Rumors have been circulating all around that anything could happen at this supposed wedding. That maybe it is just a peace treaty, maybe it is an event for celebration for peace, or maybe it's a stage for something larger and more devastating to happen. Your choice could very well be the downfall of your nation or the prosperity. Choice is up to you.
Do you mind if I can hear the note one more time?
Yes, for sure. So it's saying at the top a motto.
One blade strikes, no nations shall fall. Power removed, no one above all.
On the eve of peace, the red moon rises. The Queen of Voldane will cut off the heads of the four nations and claim Althas for herself. For the good of the realm, we seek your help in eliminating this threat. Write your answer below. Leave this at the foot of your bed. Let justice prevail. You've heard rumors that this event may be a stage for something larger, or maybe it is just for peace. You don't know if this letter is the truth. You don't know if it's a manipulation. But anything could be possible when all the five nations are in one place, one time. Will you be on the side of defense? Or if something were to happen, be preemptive and stop a possible decade of war from happening again? Okay, I'm getting the answers now. Okay.
This is nerve-wracking.
That's the point! Okay. Okay, I think I've got almost all the answers in, I believe. Okay. Don't worry, this will be sped up in the edit. Okay. The answers have been delivered. Those amongst you might be defenders or possible assassins. We come back to the current moment. As horns start to rise up from the precipice of the platform, as the Prince of Voladin begins to approach, Zesh Thon, a very young dwarven male, doesn't look like your typical dwarf would. Doesn't have a massive, multi-layered braided beard or very long matted hair. They come out wearing the coloration, the colors of Voldane. They have a very fine suit that's perfectly tailored with sort of, I would say, like a royal blue that kind of goes off to one side, that has like sort of gold vines that kind of are embroidered down that go along their ceremonial dress. They have kind of a rough and tough sort of mullet look, the very short sort of spiky hair at the top that kind of goes down to a matted sort of long mullet behind their neck. They don't have a huge beard. Most of their face is clean shaven. They look a bit on the younger side for a dwarf. But they have this tuft of hair that kind of starts as a sideburn and that comes down the length of their chin and then just comes down in this sort of matted braid. Very Padawan sort of style. And they address the podium with their bride-to-be down at the bottom of the steps with the other members of the Magistrates of Polaris. They begin to address the crowd. My dear lords and ladies, thank you for joining us tonight on what is the 5th anniversary of the Althas Armistice. I need not remind you that when the gods fled, rebellion was sparked, and thus sparked a decade of warfare. But in the chaos, entire nations were born. Armada, Hilltop, Polaris, and Justhain. And you can kind of just hear this slight, just like the ever so pause before Justhain comes, masking their emotions inside and trying to put forth good intentions. As they say the word Gisthane, looks down towards you, Pippo, as what is known as the hero of Gisthane, the rebellion leader who led Gisthane to prosperity and has been on head of these wars ever since. Adamant Towers, a tall, athletic-looking furbolg with sort of matted purplish fur, has kind of cow-like features, humanoid, again wearing the ceremonial colors that Gisthane has. You're kind of situated right next to them. They kind of brought you along as not so much as a bodyguard, but as someone that they trust. And in the sort of later years of Gisthane fighting for independence, you've become fairly good friends. And as Zesh kind of looks over towards the Gisthane crowd, I know our people have not seen eye to eye. Adamant, during the dinner tonight, someone stop that dog from barking. Adamant, I would be honored if you took my seat tonight during our official wedding dinner, signifying peace and trust between our nations. Nobody wants this war to continue, and we, with this union with Polaris, and knowing that you are strong allies of such, will come into our fold and end this long hatred fight. And everyone just kind of gives a bit of a golf clap a little bit around. Ever since the signing of the peace treaty, we have lived as one nation, united under 5 banners. I thank each one of you for your continued dedication to a peaceful, joyous, and prosperous nation. And tonight I would like to extend that joy by asking you to celebrate with me in my marriage to Princess Haraya. And just looks down over at you. The ceremony of our union will begin once the sun has fully set and gone down. It will be taking place here in the palace gardens, and you will hear the sound of a bell, which will signal the 10 minutes to the start time. Until then, eat, drink, dance, converse with one another, talk to each other, enjoy each other's company. My mother, the Queen, Arvold III, will handle the services of our wedding and personally take care of our union together. Should any of you seek a personal meeting, you may come to me or any one of our top guardsmen to arrange so, if she has the time. Weddings and such. Just a little like mediocre laugh goes over the crowd. Until then, inside our halls is filled with drink and revelry, and a masquerade ball will take place for enjoyment. Masks will be given to all of you. Please, my castle is yours tonight. Enjoy. And kind of a bigger clap kind of goes over the crowd, and the music starts to erupt as musicians come out from the main hall, kind of coming past him down the steps as drums and various string instruments start to take hold. You can see that some of the Polaris members have fireworks that are being magically lit, and over top the courtyard, exploding in all colorations and forming shapes and animals as they kind of sway and fly all about. But now the stage is set. So, my friends, what would you all like to do?
I'm gonna start by just like elbowing my commander, and I'll be like, "Hey, are you able to tell who I am? Huh?" And I'm gonna like wiggle around because I'm still a very obvious frog person. Nobody knows who I am.
I mean, you're probably gonna have to work on your stealth skills a little bit there, my Pippo, but, maybe cast a spell to go invisible if you really want. I don't think that really works when you're out in the open here.
I mean, yeah, try to be really low-key for the masquerade ball,
Look, I know you maybe don't want to perceive that often, but you're quite a marvel. You are a very, very special little frog, and I am honored that you're here tonight to help with these delegations.
Oh, thank you. My gosh. I wasn't fishing for compliments or anything. I was just trying to be a jokester.
I know, you're always a jokester. I get it. You don't want to be perceived, but hey, go, have drink, have fun, go meet some people, for God's sakes. You're all by yourself all the time.
Yeah, fine.
And just, if you see anything,
yeah,
let me know.
You too. How do you feel about taking that seat tonight?
A little unnerving, I think. It's kind of strange that all of a sudden this just all kind of seems like it happened so fast. We've been fighting for so long, and now we're here. Possible peace at last.
Yeah. Makes me nervous too. Be careful.
I will. Hopefully you won't be too far behind.
Absolutely. And I'll do a little.
You don't have to do that every time we talk. I told you about that. It's okay. It's okay.
Fine. Yes. I will. Yes.
All right. So as the Just Thane members kind of disperse a little bit, everyone kind of it's almost like an awkward high school dance where like everyone's kind of in their corner and everyone's just sort of getting to know each other a little bit. Obviously there are some alliance within these 5 nations, so not everyone's completely estranged from each other. But we'll go over to Wynn.
Who is completely estranged from everybody. So she's like, she listens to this speech and she's like thinking, she's like, that's interesting. I have never heard of this alliance thing happening, but this is our chance. Snowball! This means we could all finally be together. Maybe this means I have a place after all. And I'm like smushing my face into his spidery baby face. Yes, exactly. But I think a part of Wynn is feeling a little bit suspicious about the situation. So can she do some kind of like a insight check or like look around and like see what the hell is happening? Like could I potentially with Snowball go inside the castle but like hang around in the ceiling because that's with my little spider paw secretly on the corner? And could we like kind of do a building check to make sure everything is safe and nothing is like bombed up over there?
Yeah. So for you, I think you were describing earlier, I think you said that you're from Volodane. Yes. And you're kind of here sort of not really on official business, but you're more like entertainment. Is that correct?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, what's actually happening is that I have been banished from my kingdom and I'm trying to find a way to, like mosey my way back in, as they say. So they don't know that I've come back. I'm not allowed to be here. But everybody likes to crash a party every now and then.
Okay,
so I was getting a little hungry, so we just thought, why not?
So you've been kind of told to like stay away from these proceedings, but you're slowly just making your way in. Like, there's got to be something I can do getting back in Vol'din's good graces. There's got to be something. So we can say that in this massive courtyard, it's big, it's open, lots of crowds of people. There's people serving drinks and food on trays all around. I would say you're probably as sort of the entrance into the main keep. There's those stone steps that go up into that sort of main proceeding. There's columns everywhere. There's lots of places to kind of sneak and hide around. So how about, let's do a hide roll. So just roll your finesse. So you see that little finesse stat there. You can roll that. And then tell me what you rolled with, what the result is and what you rolled with, hope or fear.
Okay. Oh, right. I could do hope or fear. Do I start with 0 hope and 0 fear each time?
So you should have 2 hope on your sheet. The fear goes to the GM as a resource. So players will only gain hope. So if you click the finesse on your demiplane sheet there, it'll tell you to click the roll button.
Okay.
And it'll give you a result.
Okay, so I just click the finesse?
Yeah, so you just go there and
Okay.
click finesse, and then it'll
Okay.
say at the bottom, a little thing will say roll on it, on your demiplane sheet, so you just tap roll,
Okay.
and then on the little...
Oh! A critical, as they say, a critical 20. Starting us off strong. Yeah.
Holy!
You're trying to get back
Spider
into
baby.
good graces and you're finessing your way into the ceiling.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you got a crit. First roll of the game is a crit. So you definitely, holy cow. Okay. So yeah, obviously you gain a hope, on your sheet.
Yes.
And
So do I just click a plus?
yeah, click a plus there.
Oh,
So
hell yes.
you, for sure, no one sees you at all. And even in the clothes that you were wearing, you know, maybe you had the idea to come in here posing as a circus performer, posing as someone who's entertainment, so that you can kind of get through the guards and people would notice you. You've got lots of makeup on. Maybe your hair color is a bit different than normal. Very flashy from your normal attire. And your spider is also with you as well, although they have this humanoid face on them. That was taken from one of their previous adventures, but these spiders are kind of known within the realm here. So they can kind of be like dressed up too. Maybe their outfit kind of matches yours, and you kind of swing in, you kind of keep yourself hidden in sort of the shadowy parts of the upper corners of the courtyard here. So you're sort of getting a little bit of a bird's eye view. No one's noticed you at all. You are completely devoid from everyone's eyesight. So you're kind of looking around and getting a lay of the land. You've heard that speech from Zesh about peace, prosperity, and all that. But you're, like you said, you wanted to sort of see if there's anything untoward or out of place, or maybe if something in his voice that was awkward. So for this, you're going to roll me a instinct roll. So same thing as the finesse. You're going to tap that instinct skill, and it'll give you that trait to roll.
Yes. I would like to also, add, because I am from this kingdom, I feel like I know the nooks and crannies because, I've been here for a while. So like I know the places to go. So yes, I roll my little instinct, which is, I'm tiny, but mighty. I have 13 and I have a +1. So 14.
14. And then underneath the total, does it say with hope or fear?
Devastating. With fear.
With fear. And did you, okay. So it was 14 with fear. So then that gives me a fear point to use for later things.
That's very devastating. I don't like that. Thank you.
Yeah, what kind of later things? What do you mean by that?
We'll see. Well, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, looking around, hearing that speech, and yes, you are from Voldane. You know this keep very well before you're kind of shunted, blocked, thrown out. So yeah, you know all the nooks and crannies very, very well, and you hear Zesh give this fairly impassioned speech. Most of it felt very honest.
Okay.
Bringing up just Thane, you could tell that there was that slight pause in their voice. There's still a bit of remnants of disdain, of that anger that just Thane dared to break off from Voldane and start their own nation and everything that they represent. They were just they're keeping that inside. So you can tell that he's not over it. He's still very emotional about the whole event. But when he's talking about Hiraya, that all seems fairly passioned and is looking forward to the union with Solaris. And yeah, you don't hear and you don't see anything amongst the crowd. You don't see any sort of shifty people. You don't see anyone pull someone aside into a dark room or anything. It all seems pretty safe and clear out here.
Okay.
Yeah. So as you're kind of skulking into the darker parts of the roof here with your spider companion, I'll throw it over to Sethis. What's Sethis doing right now?
So I think that when this speech was happening, he was kind of looking around, getting the lay of the land, and he's definitely going to catch on the tall, dark, mysterious woman in the corner. with a bit of shock fleeting across his face. And the second that everyone breaks and receives their masks, he's gonna try to approach from behind to kind of surprise her.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's gonna come up behind Zarina, I think, hold up his mask, and he's gonna say, "Well, I'll be."
Sethis, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? This is the last place I expected to see you.
Well, I've been told there might be a heist or some sort of thing happening tonight. Lots of important people, lots of money. But you shouldn't be here unless... Did they actually send you an invite? I thought they didn't like you much where you were from.
What have I told you? I've been told that there is a heist as well.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be keeping my eye on that.
Well, are you keeping your eye on me?
Well, I am now.
All right.
Bit of a distraction. Are you keeping an eye on the heist in the way of stopping the heist, by any chance? Or the event, heist or otherwise?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about the orders from my commander. Are you mentioning something else? And can I roll an instinct or something that, like, see if they're talking about the same thing I received last night?
For sure. So you can roll an instinct roll. Same thing. You can tap that skill, and it'll say.
Can I do it back?
Sure, yeah.
We're both just kind of staring at each other.
Doing the three Spider-Man in the same room finger point thing.
Okay.
So we click instinct.
So yeah, if you don't have dice, you can, and if you just have the demi-plane sheet, you click the instinct skill, and a box will come up, and you see a purple thing that says roll.
Okay.
And then it'll give you a total, and also if you rolled with fear or hope.
I rolled an 11 with fear.
Fantastic. That goes there. Okay.
I rolled a 12 with hope.
With hope. Fantastic. So you get to add a hope to your character sheet there. So I'll say, so Zarina, what was the total again? Sorry?
11.
11. And then Sethis, you got 12.
Yes.
Sethis is one goddamn sly Qatari. You are never really sure where the truth or the lie sort of sways. You're not sure if they are saying if they're on that same wavelength as you, or maybe they're actually talking about a heist. It's hard to read. And for you, Sethis, you know Zarina very well. You kind of get the idea just from the way that they're placating themselves, the way that their kind of inflection in their voice, the way that their mechanical pupils are kind of going, kind of dilating in that little tone. You get the idea that you and Zarina are talking about the same thing. Zarina, you're not too sure.
I think he kind of feels that he has the upper hand in this moment, and I think he's gonna let his guard down a bit and step in a little closer and say, "Look, between you and me, my folks back home, aka the High Council, they're not particularly keen on the idea of peace. See, people tend to lean more into the gods in times of difficulty. So we're losing a bit of profit, if you catch my drift. But I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. So,
well, I mean, I'm sure the commander would be happy to help to make more money.
What I mean is, I don't know if I like the idea of them making more money.
You mean war?
Yeah, I mean war.
I think we should be careful tonight. I think you should stay close to me if something happens.
That was my plan anyway, sweetheart.
You, preacher man, and your sweet words.
Listen, if you ever need a little holy connection, you know who to talk to.
All right. I'm gonna let you in your catnap, and I'm gonna take a walk around, see if I can find more information. You just come back to me if you see anything strange. Okay?
Likewise. I'll do the same.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
Just gonna step away and just mechanical blush. Like, what is this?
I was gonna say, if metal could blush, except just the engines behind your metal panels just start to sort of overdrive, and this sort of metal orange heat kind of reaches your metal
coming out of the
cheeks.
ears.
Like, just a little bit of steam. Like, whew.
I think as soon as she turns away too, he's Mr. Suave, charming, but I think he's gonna take his hat off and do a little whew. And he's gonna go off the opposite direction.
It's just gonna be like against the wall like this with the hat just like
Would Wynn have seen some of this? Like, could she have seen, like, just them interacting a little bit?
She's shipping it.
I will say, with that presence roll, yes, you would have seen the two of them sort of meet the other members of the pirate nation of Armada. It's quite a collection of various people, all walks of life, sort of all various ancestries and heritages that walk the land of Althas here are all represented in Armada. And there's quite a large group of them. Like, out of all the other groups that came from various nations, their group is like the most noticeable. And you kind of see this shining metal figure sort of gleaming in what's left of like the starting of sunset starting to happen. So the sunlight's pretty low. It's not perfect sunset yet, but that golden hue kind of shines off of their metal body and it catches your eye for a little bit. You kind of look over, you notice this Qatari with this lovely straw hat and this fine dress speaking to each other.
So I think I'm watching that, and it feels, like I watch that and it almost feels like I'm turning this shade of rose pink. I don't quite know what's going on, but it's just making me like blush a little bit. So as this is happening, and I'm feeling a little bit of like jealousy because I like want that closeness with somebody, but I'm like squeezing into my little, snowball. And then I look over at him to see what kind of reaction he has. And this is his face. I have to be like, stop!
Thanks, I hate it.
Oh my god, the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
The camera.
Please send that to group chat.
Snowball reaction.
You
have
cannot make that face. You have to calm down. You cannot look at that. Like, people will see us. So Snowball like gruntles again and like turns back into his normal self. And yeah. Okay.
This widened kind of anime-like face that starts off a bit smaller, but when they get excited, all the features just expand on the rest of their abdomen in wide, huge, sweeping emotions. Okay. So as you're hanging out there, if anyone, like, you are so silent and so hidden because you know the architecture of this castle, but if anyone was able to just look up, they'd see this fairy in this adorned, multicolored outfit with these shining wings just talking to this massive spider whose face just... But then we'll go...
I'm just looking up. It's just a full veil looking up just...
You know what, Astria? Roll me, let's see here. Yeah, roll me a, instinct roll. Let's see if you can actually...
Oh, I doubt it
see.
will happen, but we'll see. Let's see. Wait, do I have that right? Wait.
Should be. If you tap the instinct, it should send a box that says, roll on the bottom in purple, and then tapping roll, and it should give you the result.
Okay. It says 10 with fear, so I'm not so sure what that would mean. If I just am terrified by the sight of the spider itself, or...
So the fear, when it says rolled with fear, that's a resource that the GM gets to do things later.
Oh, no.
Hope's a resource that you will get. So as you look around, you do not see Wynn at all in the shadows. You might like hear just maybe like an echoing of something up in the upper parts of the roof, but it just sounds like maybe a bird flew by or something. So you're like, huh. But with that, what is Hiraya doing at this moment?
Hiraya is led with the entourage from Polaris to the center area where a seat has to be placed for Hiraya before the ceremony begins. So she makes her way through the area. Her whole entire face is covered. Everything is covered by this veil and everything. She sits down as the rest of the entourage of everyone is filling the room and having them all celebrate in splendor. For the time being, all she does is just look at her surroundings. I think what would be a nice thing, though, is that there's a young dwarven child, probably one of the other very young princes of Voldane Kingdom, running around, of course, because that's how children be. But the child falls and starts to like literally blubber up and cry, as a child does. And Hiraya just sits up, and the ladies in waiting try to like fuss over her, and she just pulls out a hand to tell them to stop, and she walks over to the child and reaches down to their level, helps them up, and she says, "Hello, little one," and she opens her veil ever so slightly to show her face, and finally you can suddenly see Hiraya a little bit. She has blue gem-colored eyes and very long curled blue hair that forms like waves. The hair practically touches the floor along with her robes. And she says, "Here now, nothing to be afraid of now." And she just takes out her hand a little bit, and just a little bit of water magic appears in the form of like little fairies and dances around the child a little bit to make them not cry. And she smiles a little bit, puts back her veil, allows the magic to play a little bit more until it dissipates, and then she just pushes them along to let them find their parent, and she returns back to sit, and she just continues to watch, not really so sure who to interact with due to the fact that there are so many other ladies in waiting and magistrates and others that are surrounding her. It's almost like a wall that she cannot communicate with others.
Yeah, so as you do this, you help this little dwarven child as they've sort of fallen on the ground, show off a bit of your magic and awe and wonder. And a lot of people that are kind of, hanging about kind of notice this as well and are very impressed. Maybe there's some people that know about you and your abilities from Polaris, but there might be some that are meeting you for the very first time. Maybe there are other nations that have never seen this act of magic before. And everyone just looks up at you and you hear kind of a, whoa, like just a small little hush from some of the artistry that the arcane abilities that you possess. The little kid kind of gets up, the little dwarven kid goes, oh. And just sees as the fairies kind of dance and the water sways to and fro, and just kind of like pet them on, like just sort of usher them on their way, and like, thanks, lady, that was really cool. Did you see where my other friends went?
All you can see is Hiraya shaking her head. She doesn't, again, she is not one that talks much, but you can just see the veil doing the shake.
You're marrying my uncle, right?
She nods.
Oh, that's cool. So you're gonna be like my auntie then?
Her head peeks a little to the side and thinks about it and then she nods.
So we're like family then, kinda, huh? Or maybe
Hiraya,
not yet.
Hiraya just peeks a little out and she goes, "Yes, we will be family, I believe."
Can you do more of that fairy water magic stuff some other time too?
She smiles a little bit and then she takes out her hand and with a pinky and she goes, "I promise."
And you see this sort of shortened dwarven kid with like a fairly large pinky go up and grasp yours, like, deal. Okay. I'm gonna go find where my friend went. We were playing spike ball, and then takes this like metal orb from their like nice, woven coat. It's just like a metal sphere, and they click a button and spikes just come out of it. And they're like, okay, I'll be with you in a minute. hey, get back here! And you just like see him just kind of like run off into the crowd. But as
if you could like imagine like the anime sweat mark that just Haraya just goes lowering her veil slowly but surely, and she's like, that was quite an odd interaction. She wasn't know what to make sense of that, but she just very delicately walks back to the other magistrates and ladies in waiting, who immediately start to fuss over her, trying to grab a veil to help her out.
Yeah, so the magistrates kind of start to, prepare you as such, making sure you look like, as perfect as possible in their eyes. This sort of looming shadow comes over to you on your side of the courtyard. This tall, sort of looming presence who you know very, very well. This is Cerulean Prism. They are one of the lead, enchanters for Polaris, and one of the leaders of the magistrates. Comes over to you in a sort of deep voice. With your sort of the style and design from Polaris, your description was really awesome. Do you think you have a particular idea of what the head, enchanter, one of the head mages of Polaris would look like with their garb and everything?
Main magistrate. I would imagine him with bright silver robes, a delicately coiffed jet black hair, pulled into a high ponytail. He has small crystal-like gemstones that are woven into the black hair to let it stand out further. He holds on to a staff of magistrate, but nothing too ornate or too stylized. But that's how I would imagine him.
Awesome. That's great. So as this shadow kind of looms over, enough of that. She can take care of herself. And this presence kind of looms over, hand on your shoulder, kind of comes down. How are you feeling, Haraya? I see that you are once again by yourself.
Haraya swats away his hand. As you said before, Magistrate, I can take care of myself.
As you can. I hope it is not lost on you the importance that tonight goes very, very smoothly.
I'm doing my best.
I know you are. Symbol of unity in a dire circumstance. Days like today, I just want to be back at the oasis. Just watch as the fireflies kind of float over and be at peace. Maybe now finally we can all be at peace.
I hope so too. When do I get to meet the prince on my own? Surely I must be allowed at least one meeting with him before we can continue with the agreements to the ceremony.
I believe some arrangements are being discussed at the moment. Before the ceremony takes place, you and Prince Sesh will have 20 minutes to finally meet, say hellos, have your official introduction before the big event takes place. I myself will have a meeting with the Queen, Arvold III, and discuss...
You're meeting with the Queen, I see.
Yes. Why?
Hiraya doesn't say anything. She holds on to her hands and clasps them real tight. She squeezes them. She just doesn't provide much info to him. Make sure that she is well prepared for her speech. That is all.
As you wish, Princess.
Give her my regards. Tell her that I look forward to joining her family.
Indeed I will. Hopefully, the rest of the proceedings will be a bit more lively than this party. And you see that he kind of just doesn't really like people either. you guys are probably sort of in the same line of liking to maybe be a bit more solitary and keep to yourself.
Yeah, I would imagine like siblings. That's why she swatted the hand, just being like, no.
Oh no, perfect. Yeah, for sure. And as he kind of like floats off, is there anything that you would like as a party to do before moving on to the next event? Anything you want to say or to do or to talk to each other before moving in?
I think Sethis would love to try and see if there's an opportunity to talk to Haraya. And if not, he's not gonna push for it, but, cause I know she's surrounded by all these ladies in waiting, but, if he sees his moment, he'll approach.
I'll say I'll work this with Estrella. So you described that you're kind of on this chair. You've got your kind of crew around you, magistrates. I would imagine probably some very capable arcane guards, spellblades are within you. So I would say, as Sethis, you kind of look over, you peek at this, the future queen of Voladin, in front of you. You know, Hilltop is a major ally of Voladin. You yourself serve a great purpose within giving lots of religious blessings and teachings of the gods to most of Althas. Hilltop is known for this nation that was once inhabited by the gods themselves until they mysteriously disappeared. Many rumors as to why that happened. Maybe they left to battle otherworldly forces, or maybe just abandoned the continent of Althas altogether. Not many people know what truly happened, but there's lots of respect that comes to Hilltop, and some see them as heralds of a new age that was taking place here by the gods. Others sees them as hucksters and grifters who are just trying to get a lot of coin for acts of service that no longer have any stay in the modern world. But you see this opportunity. You see as Cerulean kind of leaves Haraya's person, there's two spell guards kind of in pretty close range to you. So I'd say you'd probably have to get past them before maybe Haraya notices you. So as you approach these guards, what would you like to try to say to them to sway their opinion?
I think he's gonna take off his hat like a respectful gentleman, and he's wearing robes that are, I think, at a glance you can tell where he's hailing from, and he's going to first approach and say, Sethis Selly, ambassador from Hilltop. No worries if there's no time, but I would love to bestow a gift upon the lady there from my great nation, if possible.
So, within these campaign frames for the audience, there are some unique and fun mechanics depending on what campaign frames you play for your players. With Five Banners Burning, if you're from a particular nation, you get little bonuses depending on which nation you're from. You being from Hilltop, you're one of the top pardon me, the word is escaping right now. One of the top allies of Voladin. So you can make a presence roll to charm, or you could make one to we'll do presence roll, and you can add a +2 to the result.
Incredible. All right. That was a critical success. Need I even add a +2?
God dang, 2 crits. Okay, so you add another hope, obviously.
100 + 2.
Million, billion.
1 billion.
The Spellblade guards look at you again in that fine sort of regal coloration and design, with these ornate sort of hilts that are at these sash cummerbunds that come across their attire, that have no blade, but you can just sense a little slight hum coming out of the hilt, and they just look at you and go, "No introduction needed, Sethis. Thank you for blessing our child when you came to our home that one day. We were very, very appreciative. Here, we'll take you to the princess ourselves. Come with us."
But of course, thank you kindly.
And they kind of are leading you, sort of, but they're kind of behind you as you're kind of coming up towards Haraya here. And as the Spellblade guards approach you, Haraya, as you're kind of surveying the area, Princess Haraya, may I introduce to you Sethis from Hilltop.
He immediately is going to take a knee and bow deeply. Again, hat over the heart, little ears out, and we'll rise back.
Hiraya extends her hands and cups to form what looks like a teardrop, which is the sign of Polaris, and she bows in respect to him.
Milady, I just wanted to say, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but my deepest apologies that the other members of the High Council could not make it tonight, but I'm here to represent my nation to re-solidify the friendship between our great nations, and I would love to offer this gift as congratulations to you on this special day. And he's gonna pull out from his robes just a little jewelry box, a little white velvet simple box, and we'll hold it out probably to a guard, because I think he knows maybe a direct into the personal bubble of the elevated leader to be is not maybe the best move. So
Hiraya looks to the guard and gives a nod of approval and allows him to take the gift to provide to her.
Spellblade guard just gives it over, walks a few steps, presents it to you.
Hiraya takes the gift and she looks over to him and she sort of tilts her head almost as a question of, do I open it now?
And he's gonna like, if you want.
If you want. Hiraya opens the box.
And inside is just a very a simple medallion, very tasteful gilded thing with a little intertwined symbol, 2 colors. One is there a color that represents each of the nations? I assumed.
I
perhaps not, like on the flag.
Yeah, it kind of is whatever you want it to be. So you can make that judgment call right now. Polaris seems to be more like blue, the color of water, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think Hilltop
Paladin could be red. Fuck it.
White.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
There's a blue. It's a blue and red intertwined to represent the unity of these 2 families. And he's gonna take his hat off again and say, many blessings to you, and I would just like to remind you that should you need holy services of any kind, I am happy to represent, and our nation will always be here in friendship.
A question to you, Dice Cream. I made sure to put in experience that Hiraya was telepathic. Is that okay to use?
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
I used up all my good rolls.
Oh no.
So I'll say this. I wouldn't say that you have the ornate ability to hear thoughts, but I'll say that you're so incredibly instinctive. Maybe the reason why you're so quiet around people is because you're always judging them. You're always looking at them. You're always reading them. And you didn't get into this position of being, like, yes, you were born into this princess role, but you've handled it very, very well. You've become a very good delegation of people. So I'll say that you're so instinctive to people's intentions that it's almost like you are telepathic. So let's say that are you trying to figure out like if this present is like an innocent present or like a bomb or like something like that?
No. More like just to read whether or not the gift is a warning or the gift is something good.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, sure. So you can roll again, instinct roll, and then tell me the result.
There it is. It says 16.
Great. So you can add that 2 to that. So that becomes 18. And then underneath it say with hope or fear.
Fear. Sorry.
No.
That's one for me over there.
Man, we're really giving you a lot
Boss
of
fight's
ammo.
gonna be like one shot kill all of us. And with my 100 fear.
Bam! So you succeeded with fear. So I would say for you, Sethis, that's like, is this something that is more to be a gesture of goodwill, or is it something of ill intent?
It is how should I say this? It is a distraction. I think it's a shallow gesture of goodwill to maybe conceal, something more sinister, but not from him personally. He is but a messenger. I don't know if how much you can divine how specifically, but I think, he's definitely reading a script that's been given to him, and it does not necessarily represent his personal feelings about it. But
there you go. So you can kind of read that they're a bit of a shifty person. They're coming off very good-willed, but there's something about them that maybe you don't trust.
Give me one moment.
Yeah.
I think he's trying not to linger too. So he's
The two guards are behind you though, and will do anything Araya says.
It's that Game of Thrones scene. She's like,
oh, we're playing Game of Thrones.
Kiraya raises a hand, and with her hand, she uses a slight water magic, and in it crystallizes and turns into a small but very ornate and beautiful little dagger, about no bigger than this, that could be used, if as anything, with a necklace. And she casts it. It lands in her hand, into her palm, and she provides it back, and she goes, "Then I give this gift to you. May your blade be as sharp as your wit. May your home be as happy."
poetry. Thank you kindly. And he's gonna take it.
She provides the dagger just floats over to them. So this way it can rest in their palm. Karaya just gives a small bow and allows them to leave. She nods to the guards to allow them to escape.
Escape. Amazing. So with
he's gonna
that
do the hat move again. So as soon as she's out of eyesight, because I think he knows that was could have gone better maybe at the end.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's gonna stash the dagger.
That's good. And you give way for the spell guards to get out of the way, the spell blade guards, Haraya?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they just kind of turn.
Actually, is there any function where I can check out this dagger for a minute? Just like the equivalent of like an insight, or investigation rather, I guess.
Yeah, you could do.
In the carving, it says
vibe check.
Fuck yourself.
Psych.
You could do an, let's see, there's analyze, there's perceive. Analyze is more for like knowledge based. I think this might be an instinct roll again.
Instinct.
Sense, navigate, perceive.
Right. Let's see if my luck has run out.
This is good for a vibe check, I feel like.
A vibe check.
Vibe check the dagger.
That was a 10 with fear. You're
10
welcome.
with
Just
fear.
take it. Just take
Man,
it. Whatever.
We have so much fear. What's happening?
We're all suspicious of each other.
Everyone's on the up and
scared.
up. So there's the dagger, I would say with a 10, it just looks like a very nice ornate dagger, like very finely crafted in the split second that Haraya used their magic to form it. But you don't see anything like different about it. You don't see like anything that sticks out. It's just beautifully made.
Great. I'll tuck it away.
Unless you do want it to say, go fuck yourself, Haraya. Like, have that be very obvious.
That'd be hilarious if that was the case, but no.
All right. So at this time, the horns start to sound. please come inside, enjoy us for the masquerade ball before the big event begins. And then some of the other workers from the Valden castle start to come out, and there's acrobats and there's dancers, jugglers, everyone kind of corralling everyone to kind of get out from the courtyard and start to join them inside for more revelry. For you, Wynn, this could be your opportunity to kind of dive down and get on the ground if you want, because now there's lots of circus performers and other people that are kind of matching your vibe. Or if you want, you can just keep hiding in the corner there, because you crit on the stealth, so no one's really seen you yet. But I know that you said you're looking for a way to get into Valden's good graces, so
quick question about this circus. Is this the same circus that I was in, or is this a different circus?
So this would be the same circus you were in. This was an act that they went to hire to perform for the party.
So this would be the same.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. Because some bitch tried to steal my wings. Oh, I can't curse, can I? Some girl tried to steal my wings.
We're cursing now. If it's a problem, we'll beep it.
Beep it in post.
I think that's the first time ever in actual life I've ever said that word. It felt very weird in my mouth. I did not like it. Anyways,
what word?
Yeah, I don't know. A witch tried to steal my wings. So, and so she tried to steal it, and then my spider got angry because it's protective and he was trying to protect me, and then she tried to play victim and go, oh no, this spider attacked me. Oh no, why would he do that? And then so I was just like, oh my God. So I just left. If anybody wanted to know my backstory. But, so now there's a problem because now I have both the circus probably and the kingdom to hide from. So I think I will just, stay up there and try to figure out if there's another way I can get into the good graces.
Okay. So as you're kind of in the shadows waiting for your moment to try to find a way to get in Valden's good graces, kind of keep being an eye in the sky sort of thing, you haven't seen that friend that pulled that move yet. It just seems to be some similar people in the circus are around, some that you kind of recognize, but not every single member is there. So we can make a roll to see, which ones might notice you, recognize you, or
because there are people that I really liked. I loved the circus until that happened, and she was new.
Yeah. So we could, why don't we? Let's see.
To get me into the game more, so I'm not just hiding up there the entire one.
Yeah, for sure.
You just
get you down here,
and you just stay there.
Just being a cryptid in the shadows.
Yeah, the entire game goes down, and I'm just in the roof the entire time. Raise the roof. Okay.
But I'll say that person that messed with you and your spider, they're not here.
Okay.
So some of the other acrobats and athletes look familiar, but not the one that tried to screw you over. So you feel confident that you could go in there and blend with them.
Okay.
And you just be like one of the entertainment acts.
Okay. So I tell my spider friend to stay up there because, he's a little intimidating looking, but I still need help. So he gives me one of his webs, and I slowly climb down, and I slink into the circus in the middle of the group, and I start, doing a little dance with people and doing the stuff. And for a second, a couple of them are like, what the fuck is that? Who did that? And then they go, and then I just dance along with them, and they're like, oh, she knows all the moves. So then, they're like, oh, okay. And then so we just kind of dance along and do stuff, and I'm just doing stuff while keeping an eye on everybody. Is something happening while I'm doing all this?
I'd say as they come down from the main hall onto the stairs into the courtyard, you kind of slink down from the shadows and kind of immerse yourself, almost Assassin's Creed style. You're just kind of blended in with the other circus performers, with them. And you see a couple, Galapis, they're tortoise people, in there as well. And some of them kind of see you for a second as they're someone's fire juggling, and just from the corner of their eye, they kind of see you kind of land on the ground, and you kind of make eye contact. They kind of notice you and just give you a little wink, don't worry, we got this, and they're not going to rat you out or anything like that. So as you're kind of in with the rest of the crowd there, Everyone's corralling everyone to come inside into the ballroom. Up to you if you want to join in or if you want to stay out in the courtyard for a minute, but your call.
So either I can stay out with them or I can go closer to the scene of like what's happening.
Yeah, everyone's being kind of put inside right now. So you could go inside with your acrobat friends as they're like making everyone come inside, or you could try to find some of these people here that are kind of milling about in the courtyard.
Is part of Win is feeling nervous that they're gathering everybody in one place so that they can like set up some kind of like weapon of mass destruction. So, but I already did an inside check, so I wouldn't be able to do it again for this room, would I?
It's up to you. The thing is, the more you roll, the more chance I have to collect fear. But you could also roll with hope and give yourself more hope. So it's kind of up to you at that point.
You know what? You have to risk it for the biscuit. So,
Risk it for the biscuit.
So I'm going to go closer to the room, but I just want to like see the, mechanics of the room, try to see that everything is safe. And I'm going to ask my spider friend for help. He can turn into like tens of thousands of spiders and scroll around and look at everything and look at every rook and canny. So
Can he not do that?
Sorry, he only listens to me. So I'm going to ask him to do that. So we're going to do that, but I will roll my instinct to see if that works. Praise God. Hallelujah. Hopefully this works. Okay. That's not bad. And then I have a +1. So I got a 16 with hope.
Hey, there you go. So you can mark another hope on your sheet there. So as you kind of buckle down, you're kind of covered with all of the other acrobats and circus people that are here to perform, just fire breathers, jugglers, dancers, contortionists. And as everyone's kind of going inside into the main hall, the gathering of people going up the steps, you kind of take this point to kind of blend in the crowd, and you're kind of shaking people's hands, smiling, entertaining them as you're kind of making yourself go into the hall. It's starting to get filled up with people, but your little spider friend, who on the outside looks like just a big sort of spider, it's like, I don't know, like this big or so. Some people are creeped out by the face, but some people have seen stranger things. And you kind of just wait for a moment where no one's kind of paying attention to you. You kind of go off into the corner and you just kind of wiggle down to, was it Snowball?
Yes.
Yeah, Snowball, and go, disperse. You see him go, and he just like falls apart into 1,000 little spiders and just starts to separate all over the place. And everyone's kind of distracted from the revelry. They're looking up. They're not looking at where you are right now. So the spiders kind of crawl in all directions. With that though, this is a massive hall. There's lots of tapestries on the walls. There's like a section for dining, round tables with cloths and goblets for drink, little bits of trays of appetizers going around. Everyone's kind of picking up Venetian masks from these trays that are going around from Voladin's workers inside. And they're all different types. Some just cover the eyes. Some have complete coverage of the face. Very Venetian, very Italian sort of looking, with various designs that whip around all over the place. Amazing. So, but as far as trying to decipher, like, from that letter that I got, is this where it would happen? Is there anything in the walls? Is there like darts that'll come out of the walls? Is there a big guillotine? Is there a false floor that'll just fall away if people go into it? You don't see anything like that. Even the spider kind of crawling up in all the crevices along the floor. Your eyes kind of pixelate. One kind of gets a bit milky white as they look through the eyes of the spider for a second, looking all around. But nothing comes out to you.
Okay, so I will just ask my spider to bring me back a Venetian mask so I can cover myself and feel safe in that. And just join in with the rest of the crew and go inside.
Okay.
And I'm going to make him wear a mask too.
So you want this spider to like reform as the big spider and then go over for their mask?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you see some of the Voladin workers kind of handing out masks to people, and the spider just goes over to him with his big white face, and oh, Jesus! And just gets like super shocked. All the masks kind of fall off the tray, fall on the ground, and your spider just with its little pincers from its mouth just...
Yeah, so this is him preparing to put the mask on.
Ah! Why?
Oh my God.
Why?
Why is he mewing?
How many of those do you have in your camera wall? How many of those do you have in your camera wall? Tell us right now.
When we just want to talk.
When they wait, question, when they split into when it's a million spiders, do they all have the same face or is it different versions?
Oh God.
It just depends on their
Don't
mood
ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Also, I don't understand this reaction. He's a cutie pie, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I will not tolerate this kind of behavior towards my snowball. Anyways, so yes, so he puts on his mask joyfully. He's super excited. He's like party time, you know? He like picks it up and he's like, and then like puts it on, you know? And then I'm also putting on my little mask. Yes. And then, do we just get on in there? I climb his spider fur, get up on there, and then we're just like crawling in together. It's fun.
So now this little tiny fairy's jumped on the back of this bulbous spider with a humanoid face and just almost looks like they're part of the act. Like, because this is a union with Polaris, I'll say that all these various like feats of arcane magic are happening. So people are kind of like, oh, that's I don't know if I've ever seen something like that before. They're very good at the illusion magic. Yes, look at that. It has a face and everything. And you see some of like the more like higher born Vulden members of the courts going down like, aren't you precious? Do you know the alphabet? And just like looks down at the spider as it goes through, and the spider just does like a little shriek. Like, oh, Jesus, that thing is not illusion. I think that's a real thing, actually. Oh my God. And you're just kind of riding it into the middle of this dance as the music starts to change. And the sun is getting a little bit lower at this point. I'll ask the rest of you, how are you entering this party? Are you grabbing a mask? Are you hitting the dance floor? Are you keeping ever vigilant to something shisty going on? I'll just go through you one at a time. Pippo.
I think I'm gonna, just because I know that, like, not, a mask isn't gonna conceal my identity. I think I'm gonna grab, like, a full-face Venetian one, and it's just gonna sit on the top of my little frog face, so, like, my mouth will still open underneath it. Mostly because now I'm just trying to, like, take the piss out of everything. Like, no, everyone's gonna know who I am. It's not gonna be secretive. So I walk in, and I just have, like, a little mask on my face, and I could, like... my eyes are off to the side, and so I can see my whole face. And then there's just a mask sitting on, like, my nose. So I'm just waving at everybody, trying to just be a little goofy.
Yeah,
while also, like, playing off, like, really kind of looking around. Just because I want to, like, mostly I want to draw a little bit more attention to myself to be a little silly, just to see how people react.
Okay, we could play with that. How do you want, like, what do you do to kind of draw attention to yourself? Is there any kind of act or display that you do?
I think what I'm gonna do is, like, I put the mask on, and I think it'll just, like, in a way, like, put it on, and I'll just be like, a whole new me, right? And I'll, like, try to make the little mask handy outies laugh. And I'll just, like, go up to people, and I'll just, like, and just try to just be grandiose in, like, a goofy kind of bumbling way.
Okay, so being grandiose in a bumbling kind of way, but you're trying to suss out something specific, like...
Just, like, if, mostly paying attention to, like, anybody that's more higher up with Valdane to see if they have, like, you know, obviously they'd have a little bit of disdain for me being, I guess, I mean, I'm from Valdane originally, but I left with Justine, so that's all the whole thing. But, just to see if there's anything in particular because of who I showed up with.
Yeah, yes, with this, I'll say this is probably a performance, a little bit, charming. So, make me a presence roll.
Okie dokie. I got a 20 with hope.
Fantastic. So you can add that hope to your sheet. As you're going up to various people at this party, the people of Aldane, there's this fake, false, they're just playing nice. You're wearing kind of this sigil of Jesane on your attire. And as you kind of go up to them, you're just like, hello, would you like a mask? Here you go. You could have one for yourself if you want. Like, thank you. That's very generous of you. Yeah. And they just kind of, they're being kind of rude, to be honest. They don't pay you to mind. If you go to more people involved that are more connected to the kingdom, they kind of know what's expected of them. They kind of just treat you with just a modicum of respect. They're like, thank you very much. Peace to all nations, right? Happy you're here. Thank you. And they just kind of grab a mask from you. As you go over to various members of different nations, you bump into Cerulean, who, has that sort of tall presence, Cerulean Prison, who's one of the top enchanters and magistrates of Polaris, delegates with Haraya a lot. And you kind of like bump into them as you're kind of giving a mask. You're like, oh, sorry. He looks down at you and goes, just takes a moment and just kind of looks you over for a second and goes, well, there's nothing sorry to be about there, my friend. What was your name?
Wait, would I know Cerulean, since they have like a convenient kind of...
You saw them talking with Haraya. You've seen that they are speaking with very high up delegates of Valdane and other people here.
Yeah, but like outside of that, like I wouldn't really have known from like wars or anything. Like,
with that, I would say you haven't dealt with him directly, but you know of them. They've been a big supporter of Jesthane. They've met with Adamant Towers, a Furbolg, who's like the hero of Jesthane. Sometimes you were sort of not in the room, but maybe at the door, guarding certain meetings and things like that. So aware of each other, never really been formally introduced.
Okay. Oh, I don't think I've ever told you my name. I don't think we've ever had the event. I'm Pippo.
Pippo.
Yeah.
Cerulean, very nice to meet you. I assume Adamant can't be too far behind. How are you handling this affair?
As well as I can be. Try to take it in stride. I hope Adamant should be here soon. I kind of lost track of him. He told me to go off and socialize, so I went off and socialized, and now I don't know where he is.
That's weird. I had not seen him in a little bit as well. Maybe go look after him, get a little bit of one-on-one time before the big events start. Don't let these Volodane people push you around, Pippo.
I can try. I'm pretty sturdy on my feet.
Well, if you're as sturdy on your feet as you are with your magical abilities, I'm sure you'll do just fine. And if you ever want to, maybe come and join the ranks of Polaris. I know Adamant would miss your talents, but I've been privy and heard of what you're capable of. And with this union, there may be opportunities to grow, maybe bring in more money for yourself and your family.
As soon as he says the word family, I like stiffen up a little bit. Oh, I'll keep it in mind. Thank you very much. If you're gonna look for Adamant, I'm also going to. And if we split up and look for clues, we'll be able to find them better, right? And then I'll leave.
So as soon as he's like, okay, bye, and you just turn around and goes, right. And just kind of break off from them immediately. Going over to Zarina, entering into this party, what are you doing?
Zarina is gonna grab a mask out of politeness, but not really use it. She's actually trying to walk around, see if there's anyone who would recognize her at this party. She's expecting to see a lot of magistrates from Polaris and other magic users. So she actually kind of came here. She in hopes that she might meet her creator. And so she's kind of just wandering around, trying to make eye contact, see if anybody has some sort of response to her.
Make me that presence roll.
Okay. Trying to determine if it's like a 6 or a 9. I've never used these dice. That looks like a 12, and they're both like equal. So
That is a critical success.
Yeah.
That's a critical success. Okay. I thought this would happen later. Okay.
Damn.
No, this is great.
I was expecting to fail that one. My bad.
I love this. Is what the dice tell the story, right? That's what we love. Okay, so dice tell the story. You got this. So as you're looking around the party, Clank's emotions hard to decipher. Do Clanks have emotions like a human soul does? Are they bits of wiring and code that inform them how they should feel? It's never really been determined. But if there was a feeling of anxiety or nervousness, whatever version of that is for you, that's what you feel in this moment. That meeting with Sethis kind of behind you, this is the gathering of the best that Althas has to offer. All the various delegate leaders of their various nations are here. So if your creator were to be here, this would be as good a place as any. Having you been gifted to the Armada nation from Polaris itself, all of Polaris's top mages and inventors are indeed here for this union of their princess. And as you look around the crowd, Venetian masks on, everyone swaying and dancing. One mask amongst the crowd locks eyes with you. This mask that has this full face blocked, very sort of Vega from Street Fighter, has very pointed sort of chin, this white mask with a gold sort of filigree that goes around the eye and twists down to the side of the cheek. And there's just a moment. The music kind of becomes muted in the background. And then the figure starts to move towards you. Bit of a limp on their side as they creep and step. Various people start to kind of drift out of the way, almost instinctually, like they know this person's coming, but also can feel their presence and wants to make way as you see this sort of limp happening. As this figure gets closer and closer and closer to you, old graveled voice. Zaraya? Is that you?
Well, yes. Zarina Dior. Under the orders of Commander of the Armada.
The face is revealed. This old, long gray hair sort of starts to flop down as the mask was kind of keeping it kind of tied up. This elderly, elven woman sort of starts to lock eyes with you. Very fine threads, the symbol of Polaris on their outfit. My name is Enchanta Kadashay. And I never knew if I'd be able to see you again. You are one of my greatest creations. Look at you. Alive and well.
This is the only thing I kept from you. I woke up on a ship 5 years ago. That's all I have for memory.
Yes, that would have been your dormant state. We've made several deals with the Armada for trade, and, well, the gift to have one of the pride and jewels of Polaris. Myself, I invent clanks. I've developed many automatons for Polaris in various nations around, and none of them have ever compared to you. It's so good to see you. I'm amazed. Look at you flourishing. You were one of the network that it took to create you is just unfathomable. And just kind of like looks at you a little bit up and down with the clothes that you're wearing and the way that you're just carrying yourself. She's just about as marveled to meet you as you are to meet her.
Zarina's gonna quickly kind of like trying to hide her arms a little bit because she knows that like she doesn't look like her original state. The commander likes to make modifications, so she's been like basically like experienced on to create weapons out of her arms. So she's kind of just like moving like, yes, I never believed that I'd meet you before. I've been talking with a friend about so many different things and magic and the possibilities of maybe I actually feel things. And I wanted to meet you to ask you if I do feel things. Did you give me the ability to do that?
Yes. One of the very uniqueness of your design. I wanted you originally to be someone that thought for themselves and acted for themselves, but this deal made it so that you would have to obey the commands of the Armada and their wishes, and it seems like they've had quite a few adventures. And just looks out at the scarring and all the battles that you've had throughout the years. That was never your true intention. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe one day you can tell me what I was meant for. Truly. Maybe not during this wedding, but I think I'd truly appreciate it if I knew what I was put here to do.
Yes. I believe we can solve that together. You and I. This union with Valdena Polaris will put Polaris in a position it has never yet held. Under Haraya's leadership, we'll be able to do things that we never thought possible. And maybe help create more like you.
Would that mean I would have siblings?
Yes. A family you can call your own.
Oh.
May I hug you?
She's not used to human contact, so she'll just go, yes, and kind of just open her arms and wait.
So the older woman puts their hand out, grabs onto your shoulder, and in a whisper, you hear her say under her breath,
When blade strikes, no nations shall fall. Power removed, no one above all.
And Zarina, this new mode suddenly activates. The key that is around you at all times, a sort of a signature of your creator, starts to faintly glow. As Enchanter Calichet releases you from the hold, this sort of vibrating hum comes into the center of your chest. All of the scarring on your metal faceplates from the years of battle, handling the Armada's problems, smuggling contraband throughout Althas, suddenly they start to glow gold. They start to glow a bright coloration as this hum sort of take hold. No one's really noticing quite just yet. As soon as you release that hold, I want you to describe to me what this takeover feels like for you. Are you sort of still in control? Is a part of your psyche kind of behind like a plate glass window? What does it feel like to you?
As she kind of lets go of her creator, she stammers back, and she's shaken from all these feelings that are so new to her. They're not hers. This is something that was underneath all these years that she's experienced, and it feels foreign, but she can't deny it. Like this is what she was built for. So it is a feeling of there's a distance between them, and she wants to run away, she wants to avoid it, but she knows that physically she cannot.
Okay. So you're sort of aware of this influence that has now been programmed into you. No orders have been given, no direction has taken place, but you yourself feel this new influence upon you, yet at the same time, nothing you can really do about it. At this moment, as the bright lights start to go across your face, the sudden scream erupts from the room as a person suddenly drops. Another person goes, "Ah!" and a scream just rages out throughout the ballroom. Another person drops as various well-dressed members of this party in Venetian masks start to stab and eliminate various members, high-ranking members of the nations. And as you all look over at the blades, all of the blades are in a jagged lightning bolt formation, similar to the signia that was waxed on the seal of parchment given to you the night before. Hiraya, as soon as you enter into the ballroom from the courtyard, all this starts to just be displayed in front of you. Same with you, Win, as you are kind of walking around the ballroom, entertaining the guests with Snowball the spider. All of this starts to erupt all around you. I am going to use my fear to activate 4 individuals. So that'll take that down to there. And a couple of these individuals are going to attack some of you. Let's see here.
It was nice knowing you.
No,
Yeah,
goes
bye
down
guys.
from here.
Best of
great.
luck, buddies. Sounds like
All
the
right.
wrong team.
So we're going to have an attack onto the 4 of you. Hiraya, 1 kind of comes from the doorway as you enter. And for Sethis and Pippo and Win, these seemingly the normal attendees just become erratic and lunge at you. So we're going to have an attack on Sethis. So that's a 14.
That's supposed to be
That's
higher than my evasion, correct?
If it's higher than your evasion, it hits.
What my evasion times 2 would be that. No, that hits me immediately.
Okay.
Deeply.
So it hits you. And for Win, that's going to be a 6. That misses.
Yeah?
Okay, that misses.
Yes.
Pippo, that's going to be a 9.
That misses.
Okay. So for that, the 2 of you... So you're going to take 2 physical damage. So if you look...
Can I roll? I have some prayer dice that can lessen incoming damage, and can I roll one of those?
Do you want to do that though? That's only 2 damage.
That's true. I have 8 of them.
But Sethis has,
Okay.
7. So
Oh,
it's
7.
up to you. You could mark a armor slot that would make it become 0. You could use your prayer dice to also do that. It's totally up to you.
Okay. You know what? I'll save the prayers. I'll use an armor slot.
Okay. So you mark the armor slot. That becomes 0. For Pippo, did that hit you or not hit you?
No, it didn't hit me.
No. So, Sethis, as these assassins of sorts, these adversaries rush out with these jagged blades, goes up to you. How do you block it? Is it something an innate magic within you? Are you just sly and move out of the way?
Yeah, he's gonna. So it's an innate magic. He makes a daily sacrifice to his god, or his goddess rather, and it's always a prick of the finger. And so as it's coming at him, he's gonna just press a little on that wound, And as a bead of blood comes out, it kind of as if there was a shield between him and the assailant. It kind of like reverberates off of like the thin air between them.
Fantastic. So the jagged knife goes up, the sort of radiant shield bursts out, almost like ethereal glass, shatters all around, and the assailant just knocks down on their butt. For you, Wynn, as you're dancing all around, you start to see various people in the crowd getting stabbed and eliminated, and one just starts to rush out of you, but you're so tiny, riding across your spider, the spider just puts up a bit of thread, just jumps up, and the person just lunges at you and falls over, goes back down. Same for you, Pippo. You're very small in stature as well, so one just sort of lunges at you with the knife. You're able to just like tumble out of the way and get in a better position. Haraya, did I make an attack against you yet? Okay.
Say yes, say yes.
Ooh, that's an 18.
Oh!
Nah.
Wait, I have arcane sense. I can sense the presence of people and objects within close range.
Yes. So, let me see here.
I also have a personal trinket that can be infused with protective magic and held as a ward by you or an ally. The ward holder can spend a hope to reduce incoming damage by 1d8. I don't know what that means, but...
There you go. So, if I were to do damage to you, you have a pool of hope here on your sheet that are marked in yellow. Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to use one of those hopes to enact that to reduce damage, you would minus it off, and then you would roll a d8, which I believe is the rune ward. So then you would just go over on the rune ward spell, where it says d8, you just tap that. But let me finish the action, because you might not be taking damage with this action. So, as this guy comes over to you, it's a much bigger, hulking lad, broad-shouldered, beefier, the cummerbund and like the tux sort of nature of his clothing, almost like bursting at the seams. Looks like he might have been hired as a bodyguard for Bolden, but looks like he has different allegiances. Runs up to you and just grabs you, like with his massive arms, just grabs you as you're trying to struggle out. With a hit, he has you restrained.
Oh.
But that means you can't move. You could still try to attack, but his ability is that when you're restrained with his sort of grapple, you are vulnerable, meaning attacks to you do double damage as he's holding you in place for people to come and get you. When it's your turn, you can try to break free with a successful strength roll, or if this individual takes a lot of damage, they'll let go. So I've used 4 of my guys. I'm going to put it back to you. What do you all want to do? You've got
there
these
a turn order?
So there is no real initiative in Daggerheart. You guys kind of all go at once, which means that you could do combo attacks. You could direct traffic, be like, hey, you guys go over there, you go over here. Amongst the ballroom, you can easily make out around, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 assailants. There's 9 assailants in this room that are just attacking and swiping at people. And they're all kind of around you in different areas. Some are close by, some are more on the outskirts, on the outer perimeter of the group. And this big hulking bruiser type dude is around Haraya at the moment.
Okay. I would suggest that we try to take out the big hulking dude so that we could set Haraya free.
Absolutely.
I can fly. Surprise. So
yeah, I can fly too. Yes.
Oh my god.
Surprise. I can fly too.
Oh my god, let's do an aerial attack.
Yeah. My god. My Spidey still guy too. So we could like start attacking the hulking beast.
I think maybe those of us who can fly, who want to like get in the air, kind of notice that we're all in the air and are like, oh.
You too?
Hey.
It's the meme of Spider-Man where they're just pointing at each other.
Yes.
Wait a damn second.
Wait a dang minute. How'd you get up here? Well, how'd you get up here?
So I think if my initially, because my spider attacks too, right? Separately from me.
Correct. So you have a companion that can also do an attack and can also
Sweet.
do like skill checks and things like that.
Sweet. So what would be fun is if my spider goes into 10,000 spiders and crawls inside the ears and mouth of this bodyguard and starts inflicting damage from the inside.
You definitely could.
Lord.
You definitely could try to do that.
Yes.
So if you want to make an attack against the larger assailant here, so you can do two things. One, for you win, you've got your short bow, and you've got a good range on it, so you could shoot it from
Yes.
where you are and let the spider go in for a closer attack.
Yes.
Um,
I could like have the spiders kind of like cover the arrow itself potentially and make it go in through the arrow.
Oh, yeah, that sounds sick. So you've also got your Vicious Entangle spell
Yes.
that you could try to do as well.
Which
that
I
could
don't
pop-
need yet because I can use that to like make people get stuck wherever they are. But he's already standing still. But it would be probably useful later, no? But I can use it as many times as I want, it seems.
Correct, yeah. The spell you can use as many times as you want. You can also... you have a class feature as a ranger called Ranger's Focus, which basically if you spend a hope, you can make an attack into target, and if you're successful, you deal your attack's normal damage and temporarily make the target your focus, meaning you'll know precisely what direction they're in. When you deal damage to them, they got a mark of stress. When you fail an attack against them, you can end your Ranger's Focus to re-roll the attack roll. So it gives you a lot of little extra buffs if you wanted to use that ability.
Okay. And how many times can I use that?
So that's on your with your hope. So it depends on how many hope you have. I think you
Okay.
accumulate a little bit.
Yeah.
So you just spend a hope to do that when you are successful on an attack.
Okay. I have to watch out for Zarina too because I don't know what's going on over there, but something is going on over there. So I'm a little scared and suspicious of the main potential boss. For now, I think I would like to do a short bow attack and also send my spideys
Fantastic.
to the thing attacking Hiraya.
Sounds great. So you're going to roll your attack.
Yes.
So that +2 agility, you can click that. And then it'll say
+2
roll.
agility. Okay. And then I tell you what it was, right?
Yeah.
20!
Oh! And what was
With hope.
with hope. 20 with hope. Fantastic. That
So I get another hope for that?
Yep, so you gain another hope for
Hell
that.
yes.
So if you wanted to spend that hope to put on the Ranger's Focus, you could.
Yes,
Or
I
you
will
could
do
save
that.
it. Okay,
I will
awesome.
do it.
You'll get all those benefits with it. So you just mark off. So you just don't gain that hope because you've already spent it.
Okay.
So you definitely hit this guy. And then for how much damage? So then you go over to the 1d6 and tap that. And then hit roll for that.
1d6. Where can I find the 1d6? Oh, I see it.
Yeah, right beside
This poor guy.
ability.
Okay.
What a way to go,
Yes.
man. Explode from the inside out with tiny spiders.
Spiders.
Absolutely wild.
A 7?
You got 7? Yeah, 7 physical damage. Okay. And now you're going to add your little spider companion's damage. So then you're going to go on your sheet, click the companion tab.
Companion tab. Okay.
In the middle of the sheet, it'll say effects, equipment, and companion. Then it'll say companion attack. So same thing. You're just going to hit
1d6?
that. You're going to hit with the companion as well. So that +2 agility, you tap that.
Okay.
And then roll to see if the attack from your spider hit as well.
Oh my god, I'm not even shitting you right now, but another critical 20?
Oh, you got a 20 on that. Fantastic. Was that with hope as well or fear?
It just says critical success. It says hope and fear. Hope
Oh,
and
you got a crit. So you got
Yes.
matching numbers. So you got a crit attack on that. Fantastic. So you gain another hope from getting a critical
Okay.
attack.
Oh my god, what the
And
hell is
for-
happening?
Do you want to just finish this up for us?
I don't know what's going on.
This
With very
big-
good luck
with
right
this
now.
big guy. So you've done 7 damage, which is their minor threshold. And then you've also done this additional damage. So for the crit damage, it's a little interesting. You max out whatever the damage would be for that attack, and then you also roll the attack dice on top of it. So for example, your attack damage on your companion is 1d6.
Yeah.
So the damage on the crit would be 6, then you're going to roll the d6 damage, and it'll add that to
Okay.
the damage as well. So click the d6 beside it too.
Okay. 3.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 plus 7. So you've done
Yes.
around 16 damage, I believe.
Damn.
Yay! Is that
on
good?
that
I hope
hit?
that's good.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that goes against the major threshold. So you've done 3 points of damage to this dude, which is like one of the highest things you can do at this point. So fantastic.
Yay!
And saved.
So this guy, you rush over, you see Haraya get just picked up, bear hugged by this hulking assailant with the Venetian mask still on. Ugh, you see them kind of struggling a little bit. They can't get their hands free to do their elemental magic. And you just see her, and you just pull out your short bow, and you're like, get out, Snowball. The bigger form of Snowball falls into a million little spiders, and they crawl up your fairy body onto your bow, and just make this bulbous arrowhead that just becomes larger and larger and larger as the spiders all coalesce like a mountain of ants, and you fling it, and the hulking dude has kind of got your back towards you, and they kind of throw their chest over towards you with Haraya, and the arrow just hits them right in the eye, and all of the spiders just start to crawl all around.
Yes!
Araya, you can hear some of the spiders going into like the eye socket cavity and like crawling around in his head, and just the big man is just going just freaking out, and they drop you.
Good Snowball. Yes.
So you are free from their grip.
Haraya, as she drops to the floor, it's almost as if it's in slow motion with the veil. Obviously, it's lighter, so it lands almost second. But Haraya just rips the veil off, and immediately she calls on her staff, her scepter, and she goes in to attack her this guy with the scepter, essentially.
Fantastic. So you can go in for a hit with the scepter. You've also got your Unleash Chaos that you could do some stuff as well. But yeah, you can definitely just bonk him on the head.
Let's see. To reroll any number. Oh, that's. Wait, hang on. Spend 3 hope to reroll any number of your. Oh, that's just volatile magic. Wait. Raw power, you mean, right?
Yeah, for you, I see you
What's
have.
for long rest?
Yeah, there's a couple things you've got here. You've got Channel Raw Power. You've got Spellcast Instinct. The one I was looking at was the Unleash Chaos spell, which is in the domain effects on the left side of your sheet.
Place a number of tokens equal to your spellcast rate. This card makes spellcast roll against the target with bar or range and send any number of tokens to channel 1.
So you can do that, or you're in close range, and you can just whack him with the scepter as well. So basically, you have one token on this sheet. So you basically
I'm
would
gonna
roll a
go with the
D10.
attack roll with the freaking scepter. She's not gonna show her cards just yet.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So you're going to roll that +1 presence on the sheet. Just tap that and then click roll.
It says
What?
21. With
Nice. Hell yeah. So you can mark another hope on your sheet to use. And that definitely hits. So you can roll that 1d6 plus 3 magical damage that's beside the +1 presence.
1d6. Okay, right. 5?
5 damage. Okay. So that...
At least I think. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. 5 damage. Fantastic. So again, this guy is on the ground. Just freaking out. All the spiders are wrapping around his head. How do you hit them with a scepter?
So as Hiraya hits the ground, her veil completely falls out, and you just see the unleash of a scepter. It's almost as long as a staff could be, with almost like a water-like emblem that seems to glow with a light blue orb. and she literally holds it like a bat, and she just straight up like uppercuts him from the jaw with this thing. Just straight up like, oh hell nah.
Just like a little T-ball as you see them just like holding their eye. Ah! It's just spiders wrapping around and the little tiny faces chuckling as they do. You just take that scepter with the ball at the end of it and just crack, hit them right in the chin as you feel the teeth chatter and start to fall and splinter away. It's like, oh! Fall into the floor and massive crack. Fall onto the wall as like the plaster kind of cracked from their big back hitting it. You did a pretty good amount of damage, but he is still up. Anyone else?
I feel like I would see what's happening, and I would want to like neutralize the threat nearest me first. So I'm gonna use my frog tongue to try to knock this guy out. I don't want to really like kill him. I just want to like incapacitate him. So I'm just gonna try to like grab his head and like just smack him into the floor and knock him out. So
smack him in the floor unconscious.
Yeah. So I have to mark a stress to use my frog tongue as a finesse weapon, which is fun.
Okay.
Literally like Pascal right into the ear.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't. Hold on.
So if you scroll down to the bottom of your sheet, it says ribbit, long tongue. So if you hit the 1+1 attack roll.
Okay, sorry. I did it in the wrong order.
All good.
22 with hope.
My God. Okay, that's definitely going to hit.
Woo!
So now you can roll that 1d12 physical damage.
Okay. 9.
9 damage. And you want to knock him out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as these assailants start to just chase on people, stabbing them down, some delegates are badly wounded and hurt. One with the jagged knife is like just about to raise it on a couple that's on the ground, kind of holding each other. The Venetian mask like cracked a little bit from falling over, and your tongue wraps around their hand, and you pull them straight into the corner of a table, just and then the headphones fall off from the impact as they come back. Knocking him out instantly. If you did knock him out, he would have been dead.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Amazing. And so
Ren says that and is just incredibly impressed. Like her jaw just goes.
So with that, you can move as well. So within where you are, Pippo, there's a couple assailants near you still. There's a couple on the outer perimeter that are seemingly holding their place, looking like they're about to pounce. And then there's the big person, the big assailant over by Haraya. So you can stay where you are or move, but that's completely up to you.
I'm gonna make my way closer to the big scuffle because, like, obviously there's a lot of higher ranking people going down around me, but like an attempt on like a princess of one of the like countries is a pretty big deal.
For sure. So so for this, ranges in Daggerheart are a little bit different than D&D as well. They go from melee, very close, far, very far. And like melee is like right here, very close, 5 to 10, close like 30 to 50, so on and so forth. And then far and very far, like very, like obviously very far. They get into like the 80s and 100s and stuff like that. In this distance, I would say you're most likely in like close range. You're probably like 30 feet away from them. But like are you trying to get in melee range, or do you want to be just in range to like shoot a spell? Or
I would just like to be more in range to like shoot, I guess, shoot a spell. I just kind of want to get as close as I can, mostly.
Yeah, so if you want to get in enough range to do like a ranged spell, you can get there no problem. But if you want to get like really up close, you'd have to make an agility roll to see if you can get like right beside them. But that's up to you.
No, I feel like just ranged spell-wise would be good.
Fantastic. So we had Win go, Haraya go, Pippo go. Sethis hasn't gone.
I think that I think he had an eye on Zarina anyway, but as soon as the fight breaks out, and he pops up there, I think As soon as he sees that Hiraya is holding her own, I think he's gonna look for Zarina. Yeah, maybe even starts towards that direction, and then he's like, "All right, okay, well," and then he's gonna find Zarina and try to land next to her. Against whatever guy is closest to her.
So as you kind of see Zarina, they're kind of just standing still a little bit, like they're kind of looking around the room, but there's this sort of dazed look over them as they're, for you, Zarina, you're kind of retuning back into your normal self. So it like the surroundings aren't really affecting you at the moment, which Sethis, you can kind of see something's weird. You're not really sure what it is. But as soon as you land over to Zarina, some of those assailants are around attacking people, grabbing people. What do you want to do?
I think at first he's gonna, assuming she doesn't snap out of it right away, he's gonna kind of wave a hand in her face and then maybe even take her shoulder and give a little shake. Say, "You all right?"
She's gonna kind of put like both her arms on his shoulders and go, "We have to find a queen. We have to find a queen now."
The queen. Can we see her from where we are? I'm gonna look around.
So looking around here, she's not entered into the room yet. This is all happening very quickly. And there's people screaming, there's people climbing up over each other, there's other guards from other nations, Vol'din, Polaris, like blocking with swords and magic spells. It's all just very chaotic at the moment. But you don't see her currently.
Okay, he's gonna say, all right, hang on to me. And then he's gonna activate the Wings of Light again, and I'll mark a stress to, as long as, supposing she's willing, I can pick her up and carry her.
Okay.
Oh, gay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, bridal style.
Bridal style.
So you carry, and also this kind of shows your strength too, because they're a metal body and they're very heavy, and this sort of unassuming sort of huckster, used religious car salesman suddenly just picks up this metal body. I assume people. I'm trying to get across the idea.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
Everyone in the room probably underestimates you a little bit. And at this point, you pick up this heavy metal body and just these wings unfurl of pure light, and you start to raise up. It's like, holy fuck! Hilltop is not to be messed with. Obviously, there's a reason why they sent you and only you. The whole room kind of notices this. But are you just ascending up the sky, or
I'm gonna make tour through the roof and gone. No, I think we can.
Good game. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Is there sort of a sense of where the queen would? Is there a place that looks like it's a backstage of sorts? I'm assuming she wouldn't be entering through the room that we all entered from.
Yeah. So in this sort of bigger ballroom of sorts, there's tapestries on the walls. The marble slab floor is impeccably clean. There's a couple of carpets here and there. Pianist in the corner, a little bit of a band that was playing music. These sets of stairs that kind of go up with sort of an ornate rug that goes down them, and then the two sets of stairs sweep up to a higher level. But you visited Vol'din Kingdom a couple times with Hilltop, having been such good allies. The Queen's quarters is in the far back. But if you want, again, this might incur a hope or a fear. So you can make a, let's say, an instinct roll to just survey the room and see if anyone's been hauled over to a panic room or a safe room or something.
But you said I do know where the Queen's quarters are?
Yeah, they're kind of in the back part of the castle.
It's clocking to you.
Yeah, I'll make... Oh.
I heard someone say it's clocking to you.
Was it Justin Bieber?
It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business right now.
Oh my god. I think, yeah, okay, I'll make that instinct roll and see if anything's clocking to me.
Okay. Go for it.
All right. Can I? Should I spend anything? No. I'll just roll. Okay. That was a 15 with hope.
Hey, fantastic.
Nice.
So as you see the chaos erupting all around you, there were some guards that are Spellblade guards that are a higher class of elite guardsmen for Voladan and the Royals. As the chaos is erupting, you kind of instinctively, the wings unfurl, and any assailants that were near you with these jagged knife daggers, the blinding light kind of just causes them to freeze for a second, giving you enough time to kind of like look around the room. And you do see at the far corner, like the back right of the room, there is a big, huge portrait that's sort of ajar from the wall, and a couple of blade guards are like huddling in delegates from the different nations and getting them the fuck out of there. There's only a couple or two, like 2 or 3 that have started to run over there, but you can clearly see like important people are going into this safe room of sorts.
Where is Hiraya in relation to...
Opposite. The entrance to the ballroom. Yeah, they just walked in and all this stuff started erupting, and that big guy grabbed them.
Okay. I think I'll take Zarina over to the end, where to the portrait, and lower her.
Okay. As you do that, I'm going to activate with my fear.
Oh, don't do that.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
I don't like when you do that.
That's
with our fear that we gave to you.
Yeah.
My fear.
This is
That's our fear, actually.
Yeah.
It's just my fear, actually.
Don't take credit.
I'm feeling
for
it right now.
Fear. Jeez. Okay. So there are a couple of those assailants that were on the outside of the crowd that I described. They see you starting to make a break for it, and they start to waving their hands around, and sharp bits of light start to emanate. And they're going to start to throw some spells your way. Let's see here. Okay. Oof. One of them does a natural 1.
Nice. Love that.
Was that an oof for you or an oof for us?
That is... oof, that's a 11.
Oh, yep.
There we go. 19.
Why are you happy about that?
Indeed.
You hate us?
So there's 3 of them kind of posted out there. So this one can make an attack up to 3 targets within the range. So it's going to hit you, and it's going to hit Zarina. Yeah, I'm going to mark a stress.
Now I will use a prayer dice, specifically to reduce the incoming damage towards Zarina.
Okay.
Aww, this is so romantic. I was not...
You guys on break? Vane was like, low-key, didn't think we were going to flirt. I was like, me neither.
Was a surprise to me, but I'm glad we're here.
Damn.
So that is 7... Wow. That's 10 magical damage to you, Sethis.
Oof.
And for your threshold... So for you, 10. So that would break your minor and go into major. So that would be 2 HP marked off for you. Unless you use an armor slot, and that would make that go down to 1.
God, I'm like, how much fight is coming for us right now? I'll use an armor slot.
Okay. So you mark 1 HP there. And then you're going to use your prayer dice to reduce the damage on Zarina.
I certainly am.
All right, so you can roll that as well.
All right. So it's 2d4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure I'm doing that correctly. It's 7. So whatever she takes. Reduced.
So they'll take 3 damage instead. And that is just, 1 damage for you, Zarina, to mark.
I thought you meant 3 damage total, and I was like, you gain 4 points of reverse damage.
No. No, so you reduce the damage. So as these other assailants again in fine clothing, these Venetian masks, suddenly they start to move their hands about, and these sparks, these little jolts of dark purple necrotic energy just wisp by you, and you're able to duck and weave as you're holding Zariah. You're just like flying all around as they're trying to hit you. One kind of clips you in the wing, and it's just ethereal energy, but it's a part of you. So there's a bit of a hole there. Smoke rises out, hits it a little bit, and the one would have hit Zariah like right in the head, and you're able to put up that sort of golden radiant shield that another burst of glass streaks all around, hits the ground, but some new scratches are on the face of Zarina as they kind of skirt past. The fourth one isn't going to make an attack, but they're going to use a cursed action. Over to you, Sethis.
Uh-oh.
So choose a target within far range, temporarily curse them. While you are cursed, I can mark a stress when the target rolls with hope to make it be rolled with fear instead.
No!
So
And then do you
fucked
just
up of
eat up that fear?
Yep.
He's trying to get as many fears as possible. That's
So
awesome.
As that
That's
wing
cute.
mark takes effect, that hole kind of goes through that radiant form. You see these dark purple tendrils start to just like spread and form into your wingspan.
You're going to do this after they have that beautiful gay moment? This is a hate crime.
During Pride Month?
Yes.
Pride Month?
What the fuck?
Don't say that out loud! The internet will be horrible to me.
Just a man and a woman in this world.
That's
Hottest girl in the world.
Okay, it's fine.
The forcible gayification of, I love it. Who knows what's going on with them?
Exactly.
Who knows? Okay, so
You're
that's
so right.
3 of them on the outside. There's 4 or so of these sort of minions on the inside, and the bruiser at the part of the entrance to the room. But yeah, you're able to, through those attacks, dodge and weave, getting a little bit hit, but you able to land, and you are now at the portrait. 2 Spellblade guards are with their hilts on hand, take it out, and this sort of vibro blade sort of emits from the hilt in this sparking blue energy with this sort of saber-like style of sword, just going, "What are you doing?" And they're just looking at you like you're not supposed to be here for a split second.
And I think he's gonna kind of like flex those like wings again and kind of like reestablish. Are these the same guards from before? Who
No,
let
these are different.
These are different guards, but it's the same like the same.
So those ones were
army,
from,
right?
Yeah. So those ones were from Polaris. These ones are Voladin.
Oh, these are the Voladin. Okay. I think. Let me see. Is there like a persuasion type?
Yeah, you can certainly
function?
try. That would be. Let me see here for you. That would be presence.
Presence. Okay.
So you can make a presence roll to try to convince them. And if anyone wants to add advantage to a roll, like Zarina, if you wanted to add advantage to Sethis' roll,
Yeah.
if you spend a hope, you can add a d6 to the roll.
I will spend a hope and give the advantage to Sethis.
All right, I'll roll the d6 for you here just to make it easier.
Amazing.
So on this roll, you would get a 6, a +6 to that.
Great.
So you just tap the presence,
Okay.
do that whole thing, press the roll.
Amazing. 23 with hope. +6 for a 29.
Oh,
We're
For
so
sure.
lucky in this game. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
so you rush up to them, and they're just acting on instinct. And, what do you want? And they just think you're an assailant. What do you say to them?
I'm going to say, I think he's gonna do his wings are kind of like extra illuminate, and
Blind them.
he's going to say, "This is the golden child of Polaris. Let her through."
Okay. So as you say that, this hulking figure of these like bright, beautiful, and magic wings shining on the guards as they're just acting on instinct, and they kind of look at you and look at the metal figure in your arms. So one of the delegates from Hilltop, they were here for the party. Yes, go! And they're we'll hold them off as long as we can!
I think he's gonna kind of usher Zarina through and look back to the guard and say, I'll be back to help fight. And then he's gonna follow her through. And as soon as they're through the doorway, he's gonna lower his voice and say, let's find the queen.
Alright. You don't have to be here for this. You can go.
I'm staying with you. You told me to find you, told me to stick by you, and that's what I'm doing, so.
Alright. And she's gonna kind of like turn around and like quick survey. Is it like a room? Is it a hallway? What's in front of us now?
It is a series of hallways. So concrete, heavily fortified. The massive portrait opens up to a dark hallway that's lit by wall sconces. And it kind of, as soon as you enter in, it just sharply goes to the left.
Okay. Can Zarina roll instinct? See
for what?
See if she could maybe can she guess where the queen is? That is not a thing. I think she's gonna go and take the sharp left.
Okay. So you take the sharp.
I'll follow her.
You take the sharp left, and the concrete hallway just kind of goes on for quite some time, and then takes another right. So we'll say that you start to follow down that path. Various delegates of nations are like running behind you. Some are falling down as they're getting picked up and running towards wherever the end of this hallway is. But as you guys are now inside the escape room, we transfer back over to our other three here. For you, Haraya, you're now safe from the clutches of that brooding man, but it's still back against the wall. What do you want to do?
I'm going to unleash chaos.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right. So this is one of your domain effects. So yeah, you're going to make a spellcast roll at this person and see if it hits.
I was about to say, is Unleash Chaos the name of a thing, or are you just unleashing chaos?
Both.
I'm going to unleash.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? I'm kidding.
Where are your parents?
Where are your parents? I rolled 18 with hope.
Fantastic. So mark a hope on your sheets, and that does hit. So you're going to roll a d10, which I'm not sure if you have a d10 available here. Let me see. At the bottom left corner of your demiplane page, you'll see two little dice together. Mm-hmm. So you click that. And there's a little arrow next to duality. And it'll say D4, D6, D8. So you just tap the D10. And then click the 1, and then roll it. Or the plus sign, I should say, we'll add 1 and then roll it.
11 with hope.
Heck yeah. So 11 damage. How do you ruin this dude's life? He is dead.
Hiraya simply waves. She pulls her staff down in an extremely menacing manner. She raises a singular hand. She holds it out to him, and she says, Latom. A wave of water, like an orb, encompasses his entire head.
Oh.
And then she just...
Fantastic. So as the water comes out from the
She drowns this bitch.
See that the man who's got a massive eye wound from the Venetian massive spider still crawling around their head, suddenly this orb of water just emanates around them. They're running around, but the orb is like placed on their head and is just going wherever they're running around. And eventually the air bubbles just become 5, 4, 1. Smack themselves on the floor, and the sphere of water just dissipates onto the...
And Hiraya then turns right back around to the rest, and she looks at each and every one of the rest of the assassins, and she says, "Who dares try next?"
Damn. I'm going to give you a d6 for your next roll for that. That's kind of like my version of giving someone inspiration.
Okay.
That is fantastic.
They all pee their pants.
And
I'll use that water to kill him!
Then I cut a bitch, no? Uriah scans the room in the midst of the chaos to look for, I'm so sorry, what is the name of her magistrate and brotherly-like friend?
Yes. It is Cerulean Prism.
She scans the room to look for Cerulean, and what is he doing?
So he's off, sort of, if this is just a massive circle like hall, sort of near the portrait. He's helping delegates get inside the safe room, and you see them also performing their elemental magic, making water appear. They're making a solid spike and stabbing people around. A bit of fire comes out of his other hand, keeping the assailants at bay from getting inside the safe room, just kind of holding the line.
So remember when I put that telepathic thing? I in no way, shape, or form intended it to be a matter of she can read minds. It's more of she can speak into other people's minds instead.
Oh, okay.
Because she's a quiet person.
Mm-hmm.
And
I will, yeah.
Could that be allowed?
Yeah, I think for you and Cerulean, I think for sure.
Okay. So Uriah then looks directly at Cerulean and it almost is like an echo in the mind. So try to add the echo effect into my voice. For fun effect, have that.
Jody Rose, take care of that.
Great for comedic effect later. No, I'm kidding. But she looks directly at Cerulean and she says, "The prince, where is he?"
As you see them just fending off the rest of the assailants, trying to keep them at bay. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a little bit. We're supposed to have a meeting, but then all this chaos started happening.
Where was the meeting hall?
Up the stairs.
Thanks, Cerulean. Use your head.
Up the stairs towards the back, near the Queen's entrance.
You and Meebe are going there now. If they are after me, if they are after everyone else, they are after the prince. We cannot afford to lose another.
I'm gonna have you make me a presence roll.
Presence.
And this will, you can use your advantage D6 for that.
Okay. What the hell? Oh, I did that wrong, didn't I? I clicked instinct. Weehaw. And you said to add an advantage of D6, you said?
Yeah, so I have a D6 here that I can roll for you if you like.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Let me clear that then.
Oh, you can do it too if you like. I was just gonna roll to make it go faster, but if you want to roll your own D6, please do.
Nah, you can do it. It's fine. I don't care.
Okay. So you roll that, and then tell me what you got.
11 with hope, and then plus 6.
Okay, so you got 4, so that's 15. So as he's holding the lines, like, yes, princess, right away. And there's just big flash bomb comes out of pure light and just kind of stuns anyone coming through. And then he just hold the line, and some other Polaris guards come into his lane, and you see him just puts down like an ice streak, and he just starts to surf ride it over towards you, and tries to like come and pick you up. And the two of you do like a big.
I grab onto Cerulean's hand, and we whisk off into the ice skating land, I guess.
Yeah, kind of Iceman style from X-Men, just makes this sort of pathway from him out of ice, and just becomes this roadway that it kind of surfs around over towards you. You grab each other's forearms, puts you onto the other iceway roadway, and starts to skirt up the stairs towards where the prince's meeting would be. For Wynn and Pippo, what are you two doing?
I think after like making my way over towards the princess and having her just leave, like, okay, and then gonna like
just got here.
Just got here. I'll just look around.
You want to ride? Like, you can grab on if you want.
I try to grab on, and then my tongue gets stuck to the ice, and I'm just stuck there.
Whipped around by the tongue.
Grab onto my orb.
Hilarious.
I beg your pardon? Grab onto my orb.
Grab onto my orb, me beauty.
I think I'm gonna just like try to look around to see if I can't find Adamant, because I feel like this all started happening right after chatting, really, like, not that long after, about how Cerulean is nowhere.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just gonna try to scan the chaos for him, I guess. To start.
Yeah, so as he shouts out, like, someone hold the line, you run in there and able to stand firm.
Oh, I mean, like, I'm gonna stand by, just like where I was, and I want to look for Adamant through the crowd. Just, like, see if I can see him anywhere.
Oh, I see ya. Yeah. So as you look around, sort of at the opposite end of where the portrait was, sort of the stairs are going up here, the portrait was kind of off to the right. Off to the left, you see Adamant, Furbolg, with this incredibly sharp silvered longsword, just hacking down different assailants and assassins, keeping them from going up the stairs. You see some of them kind of rush up there, and he's grabbing the collar, just knees them in the back, and just throws them down on the ground, and is kind of holding the line that way.
Okay, how far am I from that? Because that's, like, at the entrance, right? Which is kind of where I am.
Yeah, so you moved closer to the entrance to help out Haraya, and then you saw them just drown the assailant they were on, and then Cerulean ice beamed their way over, grabbed them, and then ran off. You're like, fuck. And so now you're kind of looking around like who you can help with. So yeah, now Adamant is kind of on the other side of the room. If you wanted to get right up there, like right beside them, you can make an agility roll.
What about very close range?
Yeah, that too. You could get just right in there to get a ranged attack in.
Okay. Still have to do where are you? Agility, oh good. Okay. Let's see what happens. A critical success. 22 critical success.
You guys and your crits, come on. That's fine.
Bags on bags on bags on bags on bags.
Bags on bags on bags on bags. Okay, so yeah, you just kind of using your arcane abilities to propel yourself, almost like water jets, just forward over to where Adamant is as they do this last
torpedo.
Just this last sort of block and defend. You make your way there. What would you like to do?
When I get there, since I see there's like a lot of assailants around, I'm going to cast Rain of Blades as I land.
Ooh, okay.
And as Pippo lands, there'll just be like an array of blades that kind of shoot out like as like almost like a cartoonish like landing poof, but in just spell blades.
Yeah, fantastic. Just like an array of arcane knives just shoot all of in all directions. That's great. So you can spend a hope to make the spellcasting roll and conjure the blades down all targets within very close range. So anyone that's around Adamant right now will get hit if it succeeds. So you can make that spellcast roll.
Okay, yes. A 16 with hope.
6, that'll definitely hit. So you can roll that D8.
Okie dokie. Oh, it's a D8 plus 2, 9.
9 damage. So all of the sort of lackeys that were around him, sort of trying to crowd, some of them sort of move towards him. You rush up. All these arcane blades just form and fire in all directions. You kill 3 of them. They're dead.
I'm gonna look right at him and be like, try to keep up, old man! And then I'm gonna give him a little...
Just as the blade just goes down, he's like just like parrying and dodging, kind of like Indiana Jones style. Like there was like a long like sword fight with one of them, and he finally slains them, and you just shoot one of the gun and then run away.
I like that Pippo knocked out the first one, and then she was like, all right, whatever.
Hey.
Hey.
Someone I care about a little bit.
So all those minions are taken care of. There's just a couple of the 3 or 4 spellcasters on the outskirts that people are dealing with right now. Wynn, was there anything that you wanted to do? You did that arrow shot, cleaned out that bigger guy.
It was awesome.
Yay! So, I suppose, what do we need help with right now? What should I do? Could I potentially get my spiders help to see where the queen is? Could they do that?
So one of them tried to look around the room, and the queen wasn't in the area. From what you see that this portrait is open, and important delegates are being poured into it as there's different guards kind of holding the line. You saw Haraya and Cerulean.
They don't mean, when they say the queen, they don't secretly mean Haraya after she becomes the queen, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. She's still the princess at the moment.
Okay, great. So it is an actual queen. Okay.
Yeah, the queen of Volodane, the dwarf.
So technically, my kingdom.
Yeah.
Yay. Would I know? Because
how does that feel for you?
Complicated. Would I know where she is as somebody who's from Volodane?
Yeah, so you haven't been around the castle for a little while because of circumstances. You recognize some guardsmen, some friends of yours that were in the military in this room. Some that you were friendly with, some that you may not have been so friendly with. But you know that in times of great battle or if attacks come from within the kingdom, there is a strict safeguard measure in place. That depending on what room you are, there are multiple secret passageways and routes that takes people to this panic room of sorts, this safe room that like the queen goes into and important delegates are reserved for. You saw Haraya reach out to Cerulean and say, we gotta go find the prince, we gotta go find Zesh. And
no one heard shit. That was all telecommunicated.
Oh, sorry.
My dude.
That's right. My bad. So that was telecommunicated. So all you saw was Haraya and Cerulean get ice beamed around up the stairs and off to a different room. You're not really sure why or where they're going. But you do know from having worked in Volden for a while that this safe room that they're going to, that's where the queen probably would end up at.
Could I go towards that then?
Yeah, for sure. So as you make your way and fly your way over, riding on your giant spider as the form kind of takes place, coming out of the eye socket of the dude who's been drowned, you make your way over towards the portrait. There's a couple of Volden guards there and a couple Polaris guards that are holding the line, trying to rush people in. And then you make eye contact with one of the guards. What do you say to them to try to persuade them to let you in?
I also have a question because the captain, whoever there is my father. Is he anywhere in this area?
Another fairy? Were they a fairy as well?
No, I'm adopted.
Exactly. Okay, so yeah, your father would be in this room as well. They are a captain of the guard. They're sort of leading this unit. So they're nearby the portrait room, but they're distracted. They're kind of one-on-one battling one of the assailants at the moment. So you can try to get their attention if you want, or you can try to sneak by them.
Maybe not yet for a reunion. So I will tell the guards, I'll just say, it's me, Wynn, please, I want to help. You have to let me help. So she's gonna come in and tell the guards that she wants to do that. Does that do anything?
Yeah, so roll me a presence roll. This is gonna try to charm them to allow you to get in through that portrait.
Okay. It's 14, but with fear.
With fear, okay. Just gonna add that over there. So as you go up to them, you're successful. But again, there's a lot of things going down. The enemies seem to get thinned out a little bit. And as they see you, they just go... They look at each other and they're a little confused at what to do. They recognize you. This is someone that you were in the military with, one of the friends that you had. You're like, listen, yes. I gotta help. Like, and it's a human guardsman here. Like, Win, I don't know. I don't want to get in any trouble. Just look around, and the guard's just like, we need all the help we can get. What are you doing? Let them in.
Yes. There's no time to doubt it right now. This is the only shot you have.
Go!
Okay, great.
Okay, and then she like climbs into her cute little spider pet. I still haven't attacked anything. Do I have the opportunity to attack anything, or do we just? Is this my turn?
No, you sure can. You can attack something. There's a couple of the spellcasters up on the perimeter that are still.
Are they close to
with.
the portrait room, like around the safe room? Can I attack something closer to that?
Let's see. For your attacks, I believe you've got your short bow that you could hit things from a bit of a far distance.
What about the vicious entangle?
Yeah, so within far range. So that's within the far range.
Yes.
So you got your pick. You could hit those spellcasters on the perimeter. You could fight the assailant that's handling your father at the moment.
My father's got it. He's a captain. But I will attack the anybody who's close to the safe room.
For sure. So those spellcaster ones would be definitely a little bit closer.
Yes, I will do that.
All right, so you can make your spellcast roll. So you roll that.
So do I click the +2 or do I click on the 1d8?
So you click the +2 first.
Okay.
This will see if you hit.
17 with hope.
Yeah, that definitely hits. And so on a success, what you've done, you can spend one of your hope to temporarily restrain another adversary within very close range of your target.
And you said there was a couple, right?
Yeah, so they're close to each other. So you've hit one, so you can spend a hope to restrain another adversary, so stop them from moving.
Okay.
So you can deal that 1d8 damage. Tell me the result.
Okay. 7.
7 damage. Fantastic. Okay. So yeah, that will be in the major threshold. So you see one of the vines that, how does this look like when you cast them? Does this just like erupt out of the ground? Does this come out of you?
Yes. They absolutely. Woo! What if the vines are also some of the spider babies, and they are the vines? So they
spider
become
baby.
like, yes, they become these like big hands, and they like capture the guy with their like spidery, silky,
fuel.
webby, sticky hands.
Murder
It's
fuel.
very sticky.
I
It's
hate
very
it.
sticky.
Yeah.
Yes.
That reminds me of the monster in Miyazaki movie that Totoro, the shadow monster that's kind of like and just comes out from the spider. So yeah, the form of your spider leaves its main body, lessens it a little bit, crawls over to one of the spellcasters that they're about to like shoot another spell over as Haraya and Cerulean jump up the stairs. It's just about to cast, and then a vine of spiders latches down and just pulls one to the ground, hits their head badly as they're on the ground prone, and the other one is just like, what the hell? Ah! And it just like comes up all around them, and just all these webs pin them to one of the banister walls. And, a few of them
While they're doing that, can I also like have my spider attack?
Yes, you can.
Yes, so I will do that. You know, while this is happening, you know, to crawl in through their clothes and everything, do the same thing that they do. That's their thing.
Anyone who's watching this who's deathly afraid of spiders, I am so sorry.
Audience
This
members,
is
look
your
away.
nightmare. Look away. Mute it for a minute.
We were also asked if we were scared of spiders, but this is enough.
Now you are. Now maybe you are.
No,
Well, I am now.
He just wants to cuddle from the inside.
Oh!
It's okay. It's just
What a
little
terrible
what?
thing to say.
Good game, guys.
Yeah,
Out of here.
take me with you.
He's just a little baby. Okay. All right. So I will roll for him as well. Give me a moment. So wait, I do the hit for him first, right?
Yep, that's correct.
So what do I press for that again? I'm sorry, remind me. The agility?
Yeah. So you go down
Okay.
to it says Effect Features Equipment Companion tab in the middle of your
15.
sheet.
15 with hope.
15 with hope. Awesome. So that definitely hits. So you can mark another hope on your sheet.
Okay.
And you click the 1d6 next to the +2 agility.
Yes. I get a 5.
5 damage.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Was that enough? Was that enough? Suspense is killing me because I lost my place with the thingy. Where'd he go? There we go. It was 5, you said?
Yeah.
The spider, the vine of spiders grabs that person's forearm, forces them to the ground, cracks them on the side of the head, and then the rest of the spiders from the vine just start to break away from it and just go into his mouth. And they just come out of his eye sockets and out of his ears, and he just sort of lays there limp.
Oh. Which I'm devastated by because I don't actually want to kill anybody, but I guess the spider did it. So.
That's okay. You don't have to kill him if that was the intention.
No, it's okay. That spider does, though.
Not killing him feels so much worse. Like, oh my god, you could have just shot him in the head, and instead he's like, I don't want to kill him. I just wanted to crawl from the inside out with a million baby spiders indefinitely.
Yeah, Wynn does a full body shudder, but then she's like, I have to keep my eye on the thing.
Eyes on the prize, baby.
Yes, yeah, I gotta save the kingdom. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you've taken one down, the other one's restrained, latched to the wall. So you got some movement still, so you could run into the safe room if you wanted. You could run after Haraya if you so choose to see where they're going. I believe, Pippa, you are by the portrait kind of... or no, you're with Adamant right now. So it's up to you, Wynn.
Am I already close to the safe room?
You're pretty close to the portrait entrance. Yeah, you'd be able to kind of like start entering into it.
Yes, I will do that.
Join us.
I will start entering. Yes, I will start entering.
So as you go in there, that leaves us over to Haraya and Pippo. What are you two doing? Now, Haraya, you're going up into that back entrance to look for Zesh?
Let Pippo go first.
Yeah.
I feel like Pippa would, after being a little stinky, little snarky lady, will probably turn around to look at where else she's needed, knowing she's like by the entrance and like everything else is happening back there. And I feel like she would watch spider carnage. Like, oh my god. Okay. That doesn't seem like normal. And so she's gonna like follow, and seeing that you're like going into the portrait, like noticing it kind of for the first time after all the chaos, knowing that Adamant is safe. So she'll try to make her way over to the safe room also.
Okay, fantastic. So as you leave Adamant, do you two exchange any words, or are you just like, you know that he's got this and you'll just go and make sure everyone else is safe? Especially knowing the information that you know.
After that, he like gives me a look, and I like give him a wink and like a nod, and it's just like, we don't say anything, but it's like, alright, we're good.
Aww. Mm-hmm.
Okay. A little wink and a nod as that last parry goes through. Those spell blades hit 3 of them down. They go down. Stay alive out there. And he just rushes over to the entrance to look for anybody else. Okay, fantastic. So you're running into the safe room as well. So all 4 of you are in there with Sethis and Zarina in the lead. So over to you, Haraya.
I am following Cerulean's lead to the area where I was supposed to meet the prince before the ceremony.
Okay. So as that ice bridge kind of goes up the steps, up to the upper hallway, kind of gliding through, double sets of doors open up to another atrium of sorts into the second level of the keep. Swings over down a hallway with all these portraits of past rulers of Volodin, and the history of Athos all around. So it suddenly takes a sharp turn to this big sort of meeting area that there's large leather seats and glasses for like whiskey and smokes for people to just converse with one another, sort of in the wing where the queen and prince's quarters are. Double doors just splinter open in all directions, and you see a massive hammer throw, and just Gallagher watermelon spray from one of the thieves, one of the assailants, on the ground, two breathing heavily, so another two on the floor, their bodies, as this dwarven prince with this massive silvered hammer with lots of intricate designs all over is trying to keep on their own, but you can see that they're heavily wounded. They've got scarring and blood pouring out from various vital wounds from their clothing, and they're breathing heavily. They have a few cuts on their face. The braid still attached, hasn't gotten cut off yet, but they're looking pretty rough as there's two assailants in the room with him. What would you like to do?
How many assailants are in total that are roughing him up? Two?
Two left. There's three on the ground that he's taking care of, but there's two left, but he looks badly hurt.
I'm going to use the token that I have to protect him, essentially. Is that allowed? Can I do that?
Okay, let me look at the sheet. So you get a token. Beginning of session, place a number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait on this card. So I believe at level 1, I think you only have one token to start with.
Yeah.
And you used it for the magical attack earlier to drown the guy.
Oh, okay, so I don't have it anymore.
Yeah, so you've used it.
Okay, let me see here.
Oh, sorry. You can mark a stress to replenish this card with tokens. So you can mark a stress to place another token on it. So you can do that if you mark the stress.
Yeah, I'll add a stress. Sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll do
already
that.
stressed. I'm a princess, bro.
Yeah, so you can mark a stress in your sheet, and then you get another token to use. So if there's one that it uses to heal, you could definitely do that.
So, specifically this rune ward, it says it can be infused with protective magic and held as a ward by you or an ally. Describe what it is and why it's important to you. The ward's holder can spend a hope to reduce incoming damage by 1d8.
Oh, fantastic. So you don't even need a token for this. You just spend a hope to reduce incoming damage.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What is the trinket that you're using as the arcane focus?
So Hiraya, from her very long robes, she pulls out this crystallized flower, and kind of like the same sequence from Haku does in Spirited Away when he does with that illusion magic, she blows the crystallized petals over to him to protect him and to keep him from taking any more damage.
Okay, fantastic. So as this happens, one of the assailants is about to go in for an attack. Mm-hmm. So did you want to intervene, or do you want to see if they'll even hit them with the damage reduced?
I'm going to hit him all right.
Okay, fantastic.
Or at least I'm going to try. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go with the classic scepter hit. Why not?
Classic scepter.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah. So if you hit that 1+1 presence to attack, and then it goes down to the roll.
Yeah. 19 with hope.
No fear. Fine. That's fine. Yeah. So you definitely hit him. So you can roll that D6 again.
Roll. 5.
5. So once again, rushing up as they're just about to go in for another dagger hit, hit them in the cheekbone, some teeth fly out, fall to the ground, just frustrated. It was enough to knock them out and kill them, but they took another damage. For me, I'm going to spend 2 of the fear that I had, and 2 of these guys that are about to attack the prince just looks at you and throw some arcane magic your way.
Is this the part where Cerulean helps?
Oh, yeah. So that's a 9 to hit, which I think is a miss.
So
And that's going to be 21 to hit.
I have to hit 21.
Oh no, I'm rolling 21 hit against you. So
Oh,
your
I'm gonna go
evasion
down.
is 11.
Yeah, I'm going down, baby.
So let's see what happens here. So that is going to be... Oof. 11.
Oh, there it is.
That's 14 damage. So that is going to hit your severe. So you would mark 3 damage. But how much HP do you have left?
How do I check my HP? Sorry.
So with your on the left side of your sheet under your evasion and armor, you'll see minor, major, severe, and then you'll see HP right underneath it.
Ah,
Yeah. So you'll mark 3 off of there that you just got hit. I don't think you've been hit yet.
nope.
So
But that is
3
half.
Yeah, that's 3 damage there. And they're able to hit other people in the room, so that also hits Cerulean. So that sharp, jagged bolt splits off. One hits you, and one hits Cerulean pretty hard as well. And you see the wound in their liver get hit, and just ah! And then you see them go, enough! And this dark rumbling sound comes out from Cerulean. His eyes start to swish around with blue sort of coloration. Any light source in this room starts to dampen and starts to crumble. And he is going to use... So he suddenly grabs all the moisture in the room as well. The condensation from the walls, the sweat beating down from the prince and from the guardsmen as well, and just sort of pulls them out of their moisture. Not so much from the prince, but you can just sort of feel him connecting to it, and all the sweat starts to be dragged out from the 2 lasting assailants. They are vulnerable for a round. So they will take double damage from your next couple hits.
Okay, got it.
So throwing this back to you.
How do I use channel raw power?
So you've used a token already. So basically, you can get another token as long as you mark a stress.
Yep.
The thing is, though, once your stress is full, anytime you would take stress, you would mark an HP off. So it's
Okay.
kind of a resource that you can kind of take, but if it's full, it kind of can lead to bad things. But if you have it to use, you can use that.
Where is the stress indicator? Yes, I only used 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using 1.
Fantastic. So you can do the Unleash Chaos again?
I thought Unleash Chaos and Channel Raw Power are 2 separate things. One's a feature and the other one's a domain effect.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, I see it
haven't
now.
used Channel Raw Power yet.
No. Yeah, go for it. So once per long rest.
Okay. I'll click the thingy.
Yeah, so Channel Raw Power. Once per long rest, you can place a domain card from your loadout into your vault and choose to either gain hope equal to the level of the card, enhance a spell that deals damage, gaining a bonus to your damage roll equal to twice the level of the card. And that's a once per long rest thing. So for this, are you trying to enhance the Unleash Chaos spell?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. So you'd gain a hope. So I think that's just a level 1 ability. So you gain 1 hope, and then enhance the spell that deals damage, gaining a bonus to your damage roll equal to the twice levels card. So you'll get a +2 to this damage. So whatever
Okay.
you. So for that, so you make a spellcasting roll and see if it hits him.
Okay. And I'm supposed to click the scepter for that, right? Or am I unleashing chaos?
Yeah,
Sorry.
if you're using the spell Unleash Chaos, you would hit the +1 spellcast roll.
Got it. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Why does this keep happening? Work with me, motherfucker. Okay, so I initially rolled 11 with hope. That means with +2 now? What's the math?
So the +2 is to the damage if you hit. So for that one, you did an 11 with hope. So that does miss, unfortunately, because their difficulty is 13.
Damn it.
I'm going to use... I've got a couple fear left. I'm going to use 2 more to make my other 2 guys go. And they're going to do the same thing. They're going to make attack rolls. That one is the 9, which I believe misses your evasion. So 1 miss. And another miss. That was even lower. So as you're kind of going back and forth, as this kind of arcane artistry flashing back and forth, you're trying to grab them with your elemental abilities. They're ducking and dodging, kind of advancing a little bit as you're pushing them back away from the prince. What would you like to respond?
I'm gonna go with the classic scepter.
Classic scepter again? Okay. So do that +1 presence roll and try to hit him.
Okay. Nat 20, baby.
Is it a critical?
It says 20, nat 20.
Dang. Because you're rolling with 2d12.
Well, it says 20 in total, so that's why I said nat 20. No
Oh, crazy. No, it's all good. I was like, wait, is that critical? 20 still definitely hits. So you can roll, are you rolling for the scepter? So you can do that d6 of damage.
4? 4.
4 total. Okay. 4 total will just be enough. So that one assailant that was up, slinging spells at you, trying to get to the prince, you're doing just enough slinging back with your elemental magic, and that one blast that with the you tried to hit them with the unleashed chaos, again, that water kind of flashing forward, making them fall back a bit. You just use that distraction to run up with a scepter and crack, hit him. Did you want to kill this guy or make him unconscious?
No, I want to kill this bitch.
Okay, so you run over and smack him again in the side of the orbital bone, and the force is enough that you push it a bit, like the scepter in the water, just smacks him in the orbital bone and snaps his neck, and he spins down and just dead on the floor. I'm going to use one of my final fears to activate this guy again.
Oh, God.
And going for another attack. Sorry, everyone else, for the 1v1. Miss! God damn it. Okay.
Kill him again!
Back over to you. Cerulean is going to help in here as well. Once again, pulls in all the moisture from that one assailant who's like running towards you, and just see wrinkles start to form, the skin get very, very dry as they kind of slow down a little bit, making them vulnerable again. So if you hit it, it'll be double damage again.
I'm going to use the scepter once more. Hang on.
All right.
God damn this thing. My computer is being such a pain in the ass right now. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Again, magic of editing!
Okay, so it's a 15 with hope, and with the damage thingy-mabobber, it is 8.
So yeah, that definitely hits, and you got 8, and then general multiple unrest, yeah, that's so yeah, you do 8 damage there. That does hit. And
does that kill him?
It does, because you double damage because they're vulnerable, so that does 18 damage. So once you get going, crack, smacking the other one in the head, cracks their neck, they fall, go on the other one, hit them in the knee. What do you want to do for the final blow?
For the final blow, the scepter glows a menacingly blue color, and it's as if that the orb itself looks like the ocean has just kind of enveloped the whole room, and Hiraya's eyes glow with the same blue before the final crack down. And once that crack happens, and I'm assuming that means all of the assailants are dead, right?
In this room, correct. Those are the last ones.
Hiraya then immediately, not even without hesitation, looks to the prince and reaches her hand out. Again, this whole room is now glowing blue. Her eyes are blue. Everything is blue. And she almost like, it's as if she touches his forehead. And in that same fashion of telepathically, she just screams, "Danger. Are you okay? Do you know what is happening?" It's as if like it's a rush of so many different calamities in her head of all of the things that she's seen. It's almost as if she's transpiring every single thing that she's seen snippet by snippet to this man.
All these images rush into Zesh's head. And
it's, you just hear danger, 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 danger. It just overlaps on itself.
Yeah, and you see that, like, you see that it's having an effect on them. They maybe have never experienced what it's like to have a telekinetic connection before, and it kind of overwhelms them for a bit. You see like a headache kind of forming as they're trying to get up. These wounds look pretty deep, and there's like clouds of blood just kind of pooling around in their cloth. Like,
and as Hiraya sees that, she immediately recognizes, she pulls away immediately and drops down to his level to see where the wounds are.
Yeah, so you see there's a few gashes like in the ribcage area here, and one sort of in the kidney, and one sort of slash like raked across the chest.
The thing that I cast earlier, the 1d8 damage with the rune ward, can that heal? Can that be used to heal?
Ooh, that's...
Do it for the plot. No, I'm kidding.
Do it for the plot! Reduce incoming damage. So it's not meant to heal, but I'll say...
But it's incoming damage because he's actively being hurt.
Yeah, so I'll say just for the purposes of this, I'll allow that. So instead of using it to block incoming damage, you can use it to heal him a little bit. So you can roll the d8 if you like. It's still within that little double dice in the corner of your screen. That little arrow goes over. There's that d8. 5. So here he clears 5 HP as you just see him go up, and that raw power, that rune ward that you have, that you blew over to them, little crystallized items just start to coalesce in the wounds. It kind of crystallizes it and kind of covers it a little bit, almost like your own form of medical glue. And you see that the wound has been cauterized for a minute, so that the spreading of the blood has now stopped. And you see he's not wheezing as much. He's like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Someone's taking advantage of all of us being here at once. We've vetted everyone. I don't know who could have... And you see him kind of panicking a little bit, and like the anxiety starting to get to him.
Hiraya then recites,
"One blade strikes, no nations shall fall. Power removed, no one above all."
No. They were eliminated years ago. They can't be... Why? It's the jagged knife? They were part of the Jestane rebellion. They took on the jobs that they would never take on themselves. How could they... Jestane. It's Jestane. They're doing this. They sought an opportunity. They've come to overthrow Volodane. We have to find everyone from Jestane and take care of this immediately. Come with me. We'll go to the safe room. We'll figure this out.
Hiraya then looks over to Cerulean. She shared that information that she got with Cerulean beforehand. She looks telepathically over to him. What say you? Is he lying?
I'll make my own instinct roll.
I would like to make an instinct roll too.
You know what? How about you? I'll let you do that. It's more fun for you than it is for me.
Let's see. Instinct. Oh, that's the one. 18, but with fear.
18, but with fear. So get another fear token over there. Looking over at him, it seems a little almost too convenient, but you've heard rumors of the Jagged Knife, this covert operation of soldiers that Jesthane would use to help with special operations that would go into the night, take care of business, and get out. But they want peace just as much as anybody else does, so for them to pull this move off seems odd. It's hard to determine if this is something that Zesh, just wants to see because of how they view Jesthane, or for it's another purpose. But they seem very quick just to say Jesthane.
Uriah slowly gets up. She offers her hand. And she looks over to Cerulean as she's helping him get up. We will go to the Queen. Let's go see if everyone is safe. Shall we?
Yes, let's check on Mother, yes. Let's make sure she's safe. The success of the realm depends on it. And just gets up and starts to make her way over to the safe room. So, having now taken care of the threat, Sethis and Zarina, the two of you are the first to enter the safe room. Chaos all around. You kind of hear the echoing of combat and chaos rain through the concrete walls of the safe room. As you're kind of darting to and fro from these darkened corridors, this very ornate, thick brass metal door appears in front of you, wall sconces. A few spellblade guards from Volodin at the ready, holding their stance. Sethis, you're the first one to meet their gaze. They're standing guard. What do you say?
I'm gonna say, your colleagues up there sent us down here, told you to let us pass.
Where are the rest of them?
They're on their way, but the threat was mighty up there. In fact, if you want to send one of the two of you up there to help, I'm sure it would be appreciated. I'm helping this young lady here. She's injured.
Injured?
He's gonna kind of nudge Zarina.
I'm limping now.
Okay.
A bit scratched up. If you catch my drift. Whatever you want to call it.
All right. I'm going to have you make me a presence roll. Try to charm, deceive.
Can I help in any way with my smuggler experience of having to move people places they shouldn't be, cargo and stuff like that?
Wink wonk.
Wink wonk.
Wink
wonk. I'll say, yeah, you could add, if you have the hope to spend, if you're trying to put it on more that you're very injured, you could spend the hope to give them the D6 to the roll. Or you could roll with that experience. Because it would, the smuggler experience, you're used to trying to get people into places they shouldn't belong.
Mm-hmm.
So it's up to you.
So you told me I could roll.
I'll say the two of you can roll a presence roll. And then, Zarina, you can add your +2, but how do you convey, how are you adding to this skill check? Are you explaining that you're very hurt? Do you say anything to the guards as well?
I'm kind of gonna, put a lot of my weight on Sethis. And, the lights that have been shining up from me are gonna start to go, a bit off. On a broken object. And I'm just gonna, kind of start, looking at the guards and going, please, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm from Polaris, and I need help and I need security.
Okay. So Sethis, make your roll, and Zarina, make your roll.
All right. Can I add a prayer dice to this too?
Listen.
Please.
In nomine Patri.
Please.
At the beginning of each session, roll a number of d4s equal to your subclass spellcase trait. Place them on your character sheet. So you only have a couple of prayer dice to spend.
Oh, how many? Oh, yeah, because I used 2 of my. How many do I? Where do I see?
So you're supposed to roll a number of d4s equal to your spellcasting trait, which is 2. So you'd roll a number of d4 equal to your spellcast trait. Place them on your character sheet. These are your prayer dice. You can spend any number of prayer dice to aid yourself or an ally within far range. You can use a spent die's value to reduce incoming damage, add to the roll's result, or after. So you basically had 2 to spend. How many of them have you used so far?
I've used a prayer. What, twice? Once?
I think
I had. Did I use up my prayers? My prayers.
I think you've used up your prayers.
I used up my prayers. All right. Well, then it's on you.
It's on me. All right.
Your cheeks.
Do I roll the 2 d12s?
Yeah. So you would roll the 2d12 and add the +1. Or for
so I
you,
got a crit, 14 plus 2.
And I got an 11, so thank
Suck
God.
on that, Kevin. What a team. Usually it's the DM's dream that we suffer, so this feels very good.
Hey man, I am, if you guys are having a good time, I'm having a good time. So, okay. So here we go. You, Sethis, being the purveyor of people's emotions, you're able to manipulate people into the position that you want them. And with Zarina, somehow you're able to manipulate parts of like your metal casing, like starting to like come unhinged a bit, like off your face and off your body, to make it look like you are in incredible pain. And they just kind of look at you and they look at Sethis and like, they need your help out there. There's more coming, please. One of you, just go do something. And the two of them just look at each other. I think this is one of the delegates from Hilltop. It's one of our closest allies. We can trust them.
You certainly can.
Fine! I'll be right back! And one of them goes off. The other spell blade puts their blade back into the hilt. And they take the blade, and it's sort of a specialized blade, as a hilt looks different from the other ones inside, and has like this golden coloration with a bit of markings at the bottom of the hilt that have like sort of like divots and rivets. He takes that blade and puts it into like a keyhole formation and
a keyblade.
Opens it up.
I'm just gonna do a little thank you kindly. And head in.
So walk right in.
Okay. So the two of you enter into this room. And standing inside, a couple of delegates already accompanying her, is Arvold III. A very proud and powerful queen of Voldane. This golden hair that kind of comes down and curls all around with this sort of upper bun that also has a layer of curls that come down in the back. This sort of silvered, jewel-encrusted headdress that comes through the hair and kind of comes down the tip and kind of wraps around their ears and wraps around their neck in this gorgeous gown. Dark purple lipstick on their lips. Bright blue eyes, and they're kind of just pacing back and forth, and they just kind of meet your eyes. And before we get to what you're going to do next, Hippo and Wynn racing to get to the safe house. I'm going to give you an option here. are you sort of just walking casually? Or do you sense that something pretty important could go down in the safe room? If your goal is to get there as fast as you can, I will have you both roll me agility rolls. And if you succeed, you'll dart past everyone else with your abilities, and you'll get there sort of just after Zarina and Sethis have gone in. They'll have an action to do what they're going to do, but instead of like maybe waiting a turn or two to get there, you'll get there right after they act.
Oakley dokley.
So I'll have the two of you roll me those agility rolls.
18 with fear.
I have a 6 with hope.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah. I'm but I'm hopeful about it.
Okay. So, as Pippo, you're starting to run through the hallways, but you're a small little guy. There's only so much activity you can do at a time, so you're kind of out of breath. You're starting to get a little bit of a stitch in your stomach, and you're just, you're trying to force yourself through it.
Okay. And I slap my little slappy feet.
But you win. You have an invested goal in this as well. You're trying to get back into Voladane's good graces. You want to show that you're capable and to be let back into the courtyard. So you, using your spider companion, just this bulbous spider runs past you, Pippo, on the walls and skits around on the ceiling and just goes through you. You're not sure if it's like an ally or if it's part of this attack for a second. Skirts past you as a wave of glitter and dust kind of wafts by. And Haraya, you are bolting your way over towards the safe house as well. I assume that with Cerulean and your ice bridge as well, you are darting there as fast as you can. So I'll have you make me an agility roll as well. This will kind of determine how close you are in this sequence.
Sorry. Don't know why I did that.
That was nerve-wracking.
And then she died. Oh, okay, that was okay. 13 with hope. I don't know why I need hope to be fast, but okay.
It's just a resource you just continue to get as long as you get it. So,
Okay.
Okay, 13 with hope. So you're going as fast as you can, but you're a little bit behind, so you won't able to, get there right after Zarina and Seth do whatever they're going to do in here. But you'll be one step behind Win.
Okay.
There's so much accusation every time you say that. Like, what are you trying to say?
I'm just saying whatever it is you're going to do. I don't know what you're going to do.
Oh.
Why are you being suspicious, Zarina?
Why is that so weird?
We're gonna give it a little kiss on the head.
Wasn't your switch turned on? What was that all about? Maybe you shouldn't be in this room.
Hey, whoa. First of all, you didn't even know that happened. Second of all.
You're such a nice lady.
This is just a side conversation. This is just a side office camera.
Okay.
Anyways.
So
serious.
Back over to Serena and Sethis. The dwarven queen of Voladane, now in front of you. What do the two of you want to do? There are delegates in this room. There are a couple spellblade guards inside here as well.
Without moving, Zarina is just gonna kind of whisper to Sethis, remember all our talks about purpose?
This is
I know
fucked.
mine now. And kind of almost in like an Henry Cavill motion, she's gonna like punch her fist down, and they're gonna both become blades, golden blades, and all the light that was emanating from her is now gonna be void of warmth. And she's gonna dash to the queen.
This is fuck. I knew it. I fucking knew it. You're dead. You're cooked.
So
I was suspicious this whole time.
So you just go make a Vi for the queen right away.
Yeah. So as she transforms her arcane gauntlets into blades, I'm gonna activate her unstoppable feature, which makes me really, really mean and hard to deal with. And I'm gonna try and land a hit on the queen in a melee attack. And
Can
if
I
it's
do anything
successful,
before she does that, or
I
no?
want to do a whirlwind.
Okay. So this is happening very fast. When you are they're able to do one action before you get there. So you'll be able to interact with this right after this.
Okay.
Dethys,
Fuck.
So
is there anything you want to do in this moment?
Let me just clarify really quick here, right?
Let me get
That message that we got implied that the queen was behind these attacks, right?
That's what it implied.
As the camera zooms in and out briefly.
He's gonna leap into action as well, but after Zarina, with the intent of getting to her, catching up with her, tackling her before she can reach the queen. So I'm not sure how that would,
plays out.
like functionally how this
Yeah.
would work.
So
with my,
you're gonna try to tackle Zarina before she gets to the queen.
yeah.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. You two are gonna roll contested agility rolls.
Okay.
This
You're
will
a
determine
cat.
who's faster.
Yeah, I have feline instincts, which is I can, when I make an agility roll, I can, what is this? I can spend 2 hope to re-roll my hope die. What does that mean?
Spend 2 hope to re-roll your hope die. Let me see. Which ability is that?
It's under my ancestry. It's feline instincts.
You make an agility roll, you spend 2 hope to re-roll your hope die. So I guess if you make your agility roll and the hope is low, you know what I mean?
I see.
So
Yeah,
if
sure.
you rolled a 4 with hope and a 9 with fear, you could re-roll the hope die and hope to get it higher.
Oh, I see. Okay. Great. Okay, so I guess I'll roll. Okay, so I rolled 15 with fear.
Okay, so
I
if you
see.
want,
So I can re-roll the hope. I see now. I see.
yeah, if you think it could get higher.
Sure. But do I take it if it's lower? Or do I take the highest of the 2?
So if you re-rolled the hope die, it was higher than that hope that you originally rolled, you would take that one.
Mm-hmm. And if it's lower? It's
or-
like advantage for hope
whatever-
basically? Or is it...
Whatever the new hope die roll is, that's what the result is.
I have to take it?
Lower or higher.
I'm gonna leave my 15, I think.
Okay. So that's your 15. Zarina, what did you get?
I got an 18 with fear.
This isn't you!
This isn't you, baby! Bad baby.
So,
I can change her.
Zarina, as you rush up, suddenly these arcane gauntlets emit from your metal body, running over to the queen. Make your hit. So you're doing a whirlwind attack with your arcane gauntlets?
Yeah, I'm using my arcane gauntlets to do an attack, and if it does land, I will do a whirlwind, which allows me to basically damage everybody around that's in close range also.
Even Sethis.
Yeah!
Not this music.
Now
Not
that
this
you
music
say
right
it
now.
like that, damn. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. It's a... Oh. It's a 14 with fear.
Okay.
I think it's actually a 16 because I have a +2 with my arcane gauntlets.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit.
All right.
This is fucked up. This is fucked up.
It's bad. And since I'm also unstoppable, if I make a damage roll, it's hard to read. Give me a second. There's so many words, and I'm so silly.
As this is happening too, he's like calling her name, like screaming her name like over and over again, following behind her.
Okay. So for you, Zarina, you did
True love's kiss.
You did the you did the whirlwind. Make a successful attack. And everyone push range.
Okay.
Roll targets.
Oh. Okay. So that's a total of 10 damage.
So you do 10 damage to everyone in the room who would be an
10
adversary?
to the queen, 5 to everybody.
5 to everybody. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so 10. What's your evasion, Sethis?
8.
You get hit as well. So you take 5 damage. So that's your
1
minor.
point,
So you
right?
take 1. Yeah. So you're pretty beefy. The other smaller guards, there's like a collection of little like minion guards in here, and there's a few, like a couple lieutenants, and then the queen. Those whirlwind, the arcane gauntlets, like the massive coupling around your forearms just emit this arcane blast, smacking them all over the place. Some of the delegates get hit and fall down to the ground, dead. You've killed 3. Then the other minor guards, dead as well. So there's 3 lieutenants left that kind of that took the hit, but they're assassin, and they just shout out, and you go for the dwarven queen, and you like hit her with both hands in the chest. So this singeing, burning sensation hits the queen in the chest armor, falls off of the throne onto the back. So right at this point, when you would show up, Sethis, you've been shouting out to Zarina this whole time.
Yeah.
Let's resolve that, and then we'll go to Win.
Do I catch up to her?
So you weren't able to intercept them, but you're in the room, so you're able to now run up to them if you want.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna, he takes the hit, first of all, so he kind of like staggers back for a second, and then he's gonna grab her shoulder again and try to wheel her around. He says, Zarina, look at me.
She looks horrified back at you. And like one of her hands turns back to normal and she puts it to your face and she's like, you don't have to be here. I don't have to hurt you. You
Listen
can
to
run.
me, Zarina. I know that you think that you have some great purpose and maybe you were designed with the intention of one, but maybe there is no purpose, all right? Maybe we get to choose.
Not me. Maybe you, but not me. And you deserve so much better. You're made for greatness.
No, we're the same. Don't you understand that? That's been the point of all of this. All those conversations, that's what we've been chipping away at this whole time. You and me, we're the same. And you have a choice right now, and I think you can fight it. I know you can. I know you can try.
I need you to be clear to me. Are you going to stop me in this?
Don't make me do that.
As this happens, when you show up.
Oh my god. So, remember before when like they were having a romantic moment and I was blushing? Yeah, and then I see the same couple running up and hitting the queen. And if you could remember, I guess my spider friend had
Where is it?
Your spider friend?
Yes. That beautiful, beautiful face. Hang on a second.
Oh, you don't remember the spider? I remember the spider.
No.
I will never forget this spider friend, in fact. As hard as I may try.
That's not it. Hang on just a second. I'm looking for the picture again. So
our first
Gotta show
meeting
the
with the
picture.
spider was unforgettable, but we will
yeah,
keep
so you
trying.
remember this was his face when he first saw them interacting. But this time, when the queen gets hit, this is what it looks like. It's like angry.
That
And-
actually rewires Serena. She's good.
She's fine.
Set.
Don't want to do anything anymore.
So she sees this and she's like, she sees it and she sees the queen be hit and she goes, and then she immediately like hits the vicious entangle, and I'm gonna directly attack Zarina.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can use your vicious
spellcast
entangles. Yeah, make a
Yes.
spellcast roll. This to go against Zarina's evasion.
19.
I think that hits.
Yes.
I have a question also. Can I tell that she literally can't control herself? Or that thing had happened?
I would say you know her very well.
Right? Okay. That's what I was assuming, but I
You know that something's
Wanna check the
different.
rules.
There's like the scarring on their metal body is like glowing slightly.
Yeah,
Like, there's
yeah.
there's enough happening here that like you know something is off. Something
Turn that
has
switch
happened.
back. Turn that switch back. Figure it out.
I'm trying!
So vicious
All right.
entangle, you've made your attack roll 19, so roll the damage roll.
All right. 8.
Yeah, the 1d8. Was it 8 altogether?
Yes.
So that's 8 damage to Zarina there. That would
Yes.
just hit your major threshold. So that would be 2 HP off of your life, unless you want to use another armor slot.
I'm currently unstoppable, so I'm gonna reduce it to a minor.
Damn. Okay. So there you go.
Yes,
So
what
that's
the
1
fuck?
HP.
But I'm also restraining her at this point.
So let's see.
And I'm gonna use, I think, can I use like an armor slot to make it like nothing?
Yeah, you definitely can.
That's fucked up.
Also, Septhis he's like wheels around and he's like, stop!
So that's we'll resolve all of this in a sec. So yeah, you can spend a hope win to temporarily restrain another adversary within close range.
But I can also restrain the target. It says if I
I
am
can't be
successful, I
restrained because I'm
restrain.
unstoppable right now.
Oh, do you not? I don't think you can be
I don't
restrained.
get vulnerable and I don't get restrained. Oh yeah.
This is fucked up. Let me see.
She said,
I'm
I
in-
cannot be restrained.
I'm not done.
Oh, I'm
not
sorry.
done.
I cannot be restrained.
Because you try to do damage to me, I'm gonna expend 2 stress and cause you to lose 1 HP as revenge.
But hang on, I also have my spider attack.
Coming.
Okay,
Bam, bam,
yes.
bam, bam,
This
bam.
is literally in between them physically.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is all happening rapidly fast. So we'll say when you show up, you see the Queen of Vol'din get hit with these gauntlets. This Clank has gone rogue. You flash out your vines. They hit against the armor of Zarina, but just like the Terminator, they just get hit and just don't even flinch. You try to wrap them around their body, but they just take the vine and rip it off their metal, sit down, and the vengeance that is done in that act, they're marking a stress to do a damage to you. So you take an HP of damage.
I will do an armor slot as well.
Okay, so you reduce that as well. Okay. So actually, you can't.
What?
The revenge ability is marked to stress to force the attacker to mark a hit point.
What a brat.
It's not something that's hitting your threshold.
So rude.
So as your vines touch me, there's this like light that is completely devoid of warmth, almost like evil, that just runs through them and gets back to you. You feel intense
I don't like
pain.
that.
So
Yeah,
after that
I don't like
exchange,
that.
Sethis, I'll give you
No, wait,
a moment
wait,
to
but
respond.
What about
Oh.
what about my pet?
Oh, the pet. That's right. So you can
Yes.
attack with the pet as well.
Yes,
So-
and I have something else up my sleeve.
okay.
Yes,
Oh my
I do.
god.
Well, I don't have any sleeves in this game, but that's not the point.
Win is gonna get
Close your mouth.
Voladin's goddamn. They're gonna get back into the good gracious. I'm all for
Well,
it.
it's hard. Well, the captain is my father, first of all, and I want to show Daddy that like I got this. I might
Yeah.
be a little fey, but I'm full of spunk. Anyways,
I love it. So we've done a vine attack. It didn't do damage. It didn't restrain. You got
but
hit
it did
back
hurt
with
her
it.
armor.
It hurt her armor a
Um,
little bit. You had to use it. So now it's back to you.
Yes,
that
and
was
I'm
your
going to
spell.
use my companion is pretty upset. He liked the queen. The queen didn't like him, but he liked the queen. So he's gonna now go to attack. He's gonna turn into a giant hammer, and it's gonna be a roll of 17. Does that work?
Yeah, this was with fear or hope.
Here,
Okay. Marking that up.
upsetting, and then physical damage of the thing.
So you rolled
5.
a d6. So 5 damage to you. So you can only use 1 armor slot per round. So you can't use an armor slot again, Zarina. So that would be your minor threshold.
Okay.
And then I have one more thing after
Okay.
that's done.
What was
Okay, so it says I picked something because I'm Wonderborn and I'm nomadic. And it says once per session, you can spend a hope to reach into your pack and pull out a mundane item that is useful in your situation. Work it out with your GM to figure out what this item is that you take out. So
It says work it out.
Just figure it out. It's fine.
Oh my
The
god.
game mechanic guys were like, you know what? I'm tired. Let
Yeah.
them handle it.
They'll be fine.
I'm tired
Okay.
of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. You keep digging.
I will say, so mundane item that's useful in this situation. A mundane item. So it can't be a fancy item.
I am
mundane.
begging you to stop.
A rock.
A rock.
It's a remote on and off.
On and off.
Yeah.
I will say,
It would be funny if it was a remote.
This is the only time I can use it, and I've been waiting. So you better give me something good, or I will cry.
oh,
I will
fuck.
send my
Put it me on a
spider
fucking.
around. I will send my spider to you too. Okay, just you think about that before you say that.
Which
before you
version
say
of
this.
it?
Visit my
Which
nightmares.
face?
It depends on what you do. Yeah.
It depends on what you
Okay.
Yes.
Mundane item. Well,
You put him
I
on
would.
the spot.
Let me pitch out a couple things. Screwdriver.
Oh, unscrew
What?
Zarina, unscrew Zarina. Or what else?
We will dismantle the
Which I would like
establishment.
You
Lord,
can
my
try.
I mean, we
Over
could
my
try to
dead
screw
body.
Zarina, but with consent. Hang on a second.
What do you think I've been doing this whole time?
Oh my
Hold
god,
on,
it's gone off the
remote.
rails.
Hey, go for a remote.
Gone off the rails, everyone.
All right.
Remote.
It's late. It's late. Okay.
So a screwdriver could be useful in this situation if you're trying to unscrew a panel from their metallic body. Maybe you could find something in the wiring,
The circuitry.
the circuitry. Mundane. I'm just trying to think mundane. Other things that come to mind are like fancier
remote.
things.
A remote.
Oh, a magical TV remote that turns them off. Goodbye.
You said it's mundane. A remote
So
is mundane.
twisted. You have no idea.
What
A
would Win
remote is
carry
mundane.
around at an event like this? Like, what? Win? This is zany little thing.
Can I just Bluetooth Zarina? Can I just?
A magnet.
A magnet.
A
Hey.
magnet.
You know what?
Yes.
You
yes.
know
What's
what?
up?
Yes. I will say a magnet as well. And this magnet, I'll use your spellcasting roll trait, so you get your +2. If you hit Zarina with the magnet, they will be restrained for 1 round and 1 round only.
Oh. All right. I will do
What's
that.
the point of my unstoppable, huh?
Because
For everything else. I'm trying to roll with this right now. This is just.
This is 1 per game. Okay, I have to do it. Also, I'm doing it, but also, can I use my spider as a little room type box to protect the queen? Like,
have it cover the queen?
It couldn't cover the queen, no. It could like try to get in the way and like take hits, maybe, but
okay.
You're gonna give the queen a heart attack, is what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? So wait, let me take that back. So the magnet, or you could have a flare that would emit like a bright light, and anyone that's coming into the room, they would see like a flare go off and immediately know like something's wrong, and more guards would come to help.
I don't care about that. I need to stop this like little machine. Okay? Magnet it is. A machine! I called it like I sees it, okay? I see a machine, I say a machine. If it quacks like a duck, okay.
So you've exhausted all of your actions this turn. You've used an action
So I have to use it later.
Yeah, so you've used your vine ability, you've used your animal companion, and now you've pulled out this random magnet that might be able to help you in this moment.
Okay, but James, I have to ask you something, because I could give you the magnet or the screwdriver to use on Zarina.
Hand it over.
No, actually, I don't trust you anymore.
No. I mean, he is trying to stop her. He's trying to stop her.
To be fair,
you could use the screwdriver
this
on
guy
her.
clearly loves Zarina. I don't think they want them to die.
Yeah, that is real. That is real.
He's not going to kill her, but he was also in pursuit of restraining.
I'm not trying to kill her either. I don't kill anything. I just want
then
her to
hand me
stop
the
it.
magnet.
I don't know.
So
I'm scared of
it'd be
you.
one or the other. It'd either be a screwdriver
Yes.
or a magnet. Whatever you pick, that's the item. You don't have to.
Okay. So if we do use the screwdriver and we figure out how to use on Zarina, could we make her stop?
There's only one way to find
A
out.
screwdriver is so that's like dark. That's like brutal and like slow.
I will pick the magnet and
crazy.
stop her for a turn. I will hold on to it and I will stop her for a turn. And then you can do whatever romancing the stone you need to do to get her back to normal. All right.
Okay. So being restrained though for Zarina, if it hits you and you're restrained on your turn, you can still make a strength check to get out of it. Okay. So with all that, set this. I'll give you a moment to sort of react to what's happening, and then we'll move over to Haraya and Pippo.
Okay, this is before the restraint has we're not making this restrained attempt yet. This isn't fighting.
Yeah, this is the vine has happened. It's sloughed off. Necrotic energy goes into the vine, it hits Wynn. They reach their pack. They're about to pull something out. This is your moment to interject. The guards as well are going to interject in a minute too.
He's going to physically put himself in between himself and Wynn first. And he's going to call out and he's going to say, wait, she can't control it. She can't control herself. And he's going to turn around and say the same to the guards. And he's also trying to like kind of push her like back. I think he's in over his head, but he's like, he can't tell which direction to defend from for a second. And then I think he clocks that Wynn is not out for blood, but that these guards maybe are because they're supposed to protect the queen and she's like bleeding. And so he's going to shift after, I think he's, as he says that, he's going to try and hope that he's had some sort of meaningful like eye contact or like effect on Wynn. And then he's going to turn and put himself between her and the guards. Okay. And he's going to say, just give me a second. Just give me a second. I can get through to her. I know I can.
As the guards all start to rise up that were pushed over from the arcane blast, Pippo, you now arrive in the safe house. You see a bit of necrotic energy sort of wafting off of Wynn's body. You see Zarina standing there, Sethis in front of them. You see the damage that's been done. Bodies are on the floor. How do you react?
Whoa.
Oh, you're muted, Ashley.
So sorry. I muted on my mixer and in the Zoom for some reason. So sorry. She's just gonna
oh my god, she's dead.
Again? Look.
Why does this keep happening?
No. Like look at the queen, like, is she dead? And I'm just like looking at everything that's happening, trying to figure out what the hell just went on. And I'm just like holding my staff. And I'm just trying to assess like who the target is.
Okay. I think that assessing the target, you look at what happened. The queen got hit. They're not dead. They're just knocked on the floor, holding the wound. The rest of the guards are like slowly getting up. Assessing the situation, you see a stone cold Zarina not seemingly clocked into anything, and they're like trying to turn around to finish what they started, but Sethis is in between them. They're distracting her a little bit. Whatever humanity is left in behind those clank eyes is slowly still fading away. Do you want to make a roll to see if you can assess the situation? Because right now it seems like Zarina is the target.
So I have arcane sense. Can I like tell that something is like activated?
Yes.
That's not
actually,
normal.
Yes. With your arcane sense, you definitely feel this pulse inside of their chest cavity. But more importantly, you see the source of this weird, crackling. Like you can kind of hear it. Like you're attuned into this ethereal world of the arcane more than anybody else in the entire of Althas. And you feel this crackling, almost like Kylo Ren's lightsaber coming from this key pendant that is around Zarina's neck.
Okay.
It's the amulet.
Okay. I think, could I unleash chaos at the amulet specifically to like pull it off and like try to blow it up?
It'll be a very difficult roll because it's small, but you can certainly try.
Can I support? Well, I guess I don't know.
I feel like when I'm trying to think because I feel like she wouldn't be super clear. But I feel like she'd try to explain that she's not like, I'm not gonna kill her, just hang on. Something's wrong.
What are you gonna do?
Something's wrong, just wait. And then I'm just gonna like basically just like smack like my staff in front of me and just like close my eyes. And I'm gonna cast Unleash Chaos and I'm gonna try really hard to hit it.
Okay, make your spellcast roll.
Oh, please don't hurt me. Critical success, 22, baby.
Yes!
I'm sorry.
What?
Let's go!
Pippa the hero.
Okay.
That's
Frog is the hero.
Roll your damage.
Okay. So on a 6 roll a number. Oh, I put both my tokens on this already, so I think 2d10s I roll for damage?
Yep. So in the bottom left hand, there's those 2 dice that are sitting there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Across from duality, there's a little arrow, and then you just click the D10 and then plus for 2.
15.
15 damage.
69. Let's go, baby. Yo.
Okay. So. Explain to me what this magic looks like coming out from you.
So, as soon as I slam my staff onto the ground, you know the sound that it feels like your ears are blocked? And everything just kind of gets muffled and weird? That just like, boom, emanates out from where I hit the ground, and Cape kind of billows as just like, it seems like some weird tendrils kind of like reach up out of the ground and like surround the pendant, and it just kind of floats up with like a big snap. It just rips off and starts to like glow and just kind of like explodes.
So as the magic comes from within you, you're not really too sure if you're able to activate in time. You can feel this connection to the arcane crackling within, attached to that tiny amulet, and you think back to your training with Justhain, the reason you left and joined the Resistance in the first place, to be a beacon of change in this moment, to be the deciding factor of a nation being united or a nation divided. And you just concentrate for a minute, and those flashbacks of all those training modules come to you. All of Adamant Towers training you with their sword in like different sunsets and moonlight, harnessing your power, training you for exactly this type of situation. And that arcane bolt just wraps around, almost mimicking your tongue as it snatches the amulet. A bunch of the gold chains snap and the links fall to the ground. Amulet explodes. Zarina, this rush starts to come back to you. The energy coming from your scars starts to power down. You don't know where you are. A second ago, you were in the ballroom, and now you are back in the stage.
I think in this instance, the moment that the necklace, the key, explodes, her eyes kind of go completely black as she resets and falls into Sephi's arms, completely limp.
He's beyond ready to catch her.
At this moment, the guards have come up, the Spellblade guards, the lieutenants. The Dwarven Queen rises up, rage and filled in their eyes. At a moment's notice, they're about to give the kill order. Hiraya, you show up to this scene. The future queen of Voladin. Polaris' future hanged in the balance. You see the queen hurt. You see all this damaged bodies on the floor. What do you want to do?
So, just like Pippo, I also have arcane sense.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be impossible for me to note from the explosion that she just occurred from that chain, I'm able to see the pieces on the floor?
So you see the chain on the floor, the pieces of metal scattered, and also just this ethereal trace of this sort of light purple bluish cloud that's just so slowly dissipating like a smoke cloud that nobody else can see, but only you and Pippo can see.
Hiraya screams, "Stop!" Enough for everyone to immediately halt what they were doing, including the queen herself. She sees the chain, and she looks over to Pippo. Was it you?
Hold on. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done that.
Hiraya looks immediately at the chain. She walks over immediately to what's left of the amulet. She scans over it to look for any signs left over.
It's old, but it's a form of control magic linked in with physical parts, just waiting for an indication of a safe word to activate it. Something that is very sort of natural to Polaris inventions and the combination of technology and arcane.
She looks over. Who did this belong to? She looks around. Who did this belong to?
This was given to her by her creator. It wasn't by her choice. She didn't know where it came from beyond that. He's like holding her in his arms.
Hiraya eyes the queen. She eyes the prince, and now she eyes Zarina. She walks over as gently as possible. She tries to usher her to wake up. Who is it?
Did I see her talking to in the ballroom earlier?
I don't think so. I don't think anyone was with her.
I believe you two had your interaction, and then you kind of separated for a minute, and then this was just kind of like, yeah, when they entered into the ballroom, you had, I think you've gone ahead of them or behind them, one or the other.
Can I Can I try something? This would just be a flavor, so let me know. Totally fine. I'm not. I have a hope feature, life support. Just spend 3 hope to clear a hit point on an ally. Could I use that to try and wake her up?
Yeah.
Instead.
Hit for sure.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend my 3 hope and just give her a gentle kiss on the forehead.
Sorry.
And whisper her name.
Oh my gosh. That's too much. That's too much.
I will cry.
As you place that gentle kiss on the forehead, Serena.
I want to cry, but I spent $40 on this eyeliner.
Her eyes kind of flutter for a second as the gold and the warmth come back to them. And she looks at you and she just goes, Sifis, oh, you're okay.
I'm okay, and so are you, but we need to know something.
What? Where are we? What happened?
We'll explain later, but is there any way you've gained any insight into where you got this amulet from?
Yes, I met them tonight. I had it 5 years ago, but I met them here tonight.
Your creator?
Yes, Galasir.
And he looks at Hiraya to see if that sparks anything for her.
She was this older elven woman, long white hair, and she told me she'd make more of me, of Clanks, a family.
Hiraya's eyes immediately darken. She stands straight up. She looks over to oh my goodness, Cerulean, right?
Yep.
She looks straight to Cerulean. Find her.
Yes, my princess. Just darts, doesn't even give a moment's hesitation.
Hiraya immediately walks straight to the queen. She bows her head in complete retribution. She holds a sign of nothing but peace. She lowers her scepter to the ground as an act of complete and utter sign of not only not wanting war, but also an act of complete vulnerability to her. In no way, shape, or form have I or any of us had anything to do with this. We received word that there had been a plan, a plot, to come after you, my queen, that you yourself would wage war. I know you do not want war. We don't want war. I would not have agreed to marry your son if it meant more war. We will find her. We will find Kalashi. We don't know whether or not that this is a planned effort of multiple people. But know that Polaris will not stand for war again.
And as the Dwarven Queen takes all this in, the words echo throughout this safe house chamber. As the camera starts to pick up from your current situation, rising up over the Hurricane Keep, as the sun sets over the nation of Volodin, dark red skies mirroring the light over a blood-red moon. Who knows where the adventures take us next? Here in Five Banners Burning, the future of Althas may be decided later, but until then, that's the end of our one-shot, everybody. I want to thank my amazing cast for bringing it today. For some of you, this was your very first TTRPG experience, so I hope it was fantastic. I hope you had a great time. And yeah, everyone, that's going to be us.
Wait, shout out to our amazing DM.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dice Queen.
Thank you, Dice
our incredible guy behind the scenes.
Yeah, Jody Rose.
Jordy.
Wonderful producer extraordinaire behind the scenes. Thank you all for coming and playing Daggerheart. For anyone out there watching, this has been Campaign Frames, our awesome Daggerheart series. Hope this encourages you to go try out Daggerheart. It is a fantastic game. Love it to death. This was the Five Banners Burning Campaign Frames. Hopefully that inspires you maybe to try out to make a game in Five Banners Burning. But stay tuned. Check out the other Campaign Frame episodes we have right here on the Darrington Press YouTube channel, where we have one-shots and various other campaign settings. But I've been your GM, Dice Cream Sandwich, Jody Rose, guy in the chair. Love you all very much. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.